Hello and welcome to the Better Auth tutorial. Thank you for waiting. We're going to get into all the code and the demo in just a short while. Quick thank you for all the support on my Auth.js video, 15,000 views. It's awesome, honestly, because I'm practically like a nobody. But yeah, I appreciate all the support. And thank you for motivating me to make this Better Auth tutorial. I know a lot of people wanted it, so I'm going to put it out. I tried to make the Better Auth tutorial like one-to-one with the Auth.js tutorial. So like everything covered in the Auth.js tutorial in terms of concepts should be covered in the Better Auth tutorial. I'm gonna go through a demo of all this in it real quick. I'm just gonna go ahead and log in, if I can remember my password. There we go. We're gonna have a login, we're gonna have a profile, updating users and emails, we'll have a admin dashboard if you're an admin. And yeah, we're gonna go through the demo in just a second. I'm gonna upload all the source code, don't worry, and you have the full source code in the main branch, and you'll have each part that we go through. There's 7 parts, and so if you want to do a part at a time, you can do that and follow along. We'll be using Neon.tech to supply our Postgres database, and we'll be using the Prisma ORM. I use Drizzle in the Next.js one, but I thought you change it up and use Prisma this time around. But if you want to use Drizzle, you can go ahead and use Drizzle to follow along. You might just have to make little tweaks on your own. We're going to use NodeMailer, a free email servicing library to help you send email service, and it's free. So anyone can get started. You're just going to need a Gmail account, at least the way that I'm going to do it. And yeah, let's get into the demo. All right, let's go through a quick demo of what we're building here today with Better Auth. So of course, we're going to have a login screen with credentials, login, email, password. We'll be able to log in with Google and GitHub, and we'll be able to reset our password in case we forget it. And we'll even be able to log in with a magic link. So we can go ahead and show the registration function. Let's go ahead and create a new user. I'm going to say my name, and I'm going to use my email for this tutorial. And let's go ahead and register. And now we're on a success page, and we've had an email for a verification link. So we can go to my email, and we'll see verify your email address. Let's click here. And now we are successfully logged in to a profile page. We will have permissions via authorization via an admin plugin. We'll have access to the session and the user. We'll be able to update our user, change our name or our image. We'll be able to change our password. I am an admin, as we can see here. And we can go ahead and go to an admin dashboard where we can manage other users by deleting them or changing their roles. We can also go back and we can sign out. And if we go to the Better Auth documentation and we head to concepts, we will be covering the API, the CLI, the client, cookies, database, email, hooks, plugins, OAuth. We won't be covering rate limiting. We will be covering sessions, TypeScript, users, and accounts, and a bunch of other stuff throughout the documentation. So stay tuned if any of that interests you. We're going to go through pretty much a full base level overview of Better Auth and its capabilities. All right, let's get started. We're going to do everything from scratch and take it nice and slow. So let's start by using the Next.js CLI and making a default application. So we'll run npx create next app at latest. What is our name? I'm gonna call it YouTube Better Auth. TypeScript, yes. ESLint, yes. Tailwind, yes. Source directory, yes. App router, yes. Turbo pack, yes. Customize import alias, no. So just the defaults, including the source directory. And we're gonna let this install. I'm gonna pause and come back. And we are back. Let's jump into our repo. I'm gonna go ahead and open it up in VS Code. And we can close the terminal. And I'm going to go ahead and maximize this that much. And we'll keep our browser about that much. Okay, so I'm going to create a file called checklist.md, and let's just, go through a mini checklist that I made for this initial setup part. So we're just going to remove a couple files here, clear some files out. We're going to install shadcn and just add 4 components for the whole application. And just so we can skip some styling. I still want to do some styling, but I'm going to try to do a lot less than my Next.js tutorial. Okay, so in our public folder, let's just delete all these files. Done. In source globals.css, let's remove everything below line 2. Let me disable GitHub Copilot. Okay. In source page.tsx, I'm going to clear everything. And I have a snippet which will make me a blank page. Okay. Let's open up the terminal at the VS Code and let's install shadcn with npx shadcn at latest init. Shadcn is just a component library that I'm going to use. And for this tutorial, let me go and increase the font size to 16. Okay, I'm going to use the base color of zinc. I'm going to use the legacy peer depths for React 19 purposes. Okay, and then I will do npx shadcn at latest, and I will add a couple components: the button, the label, the input, and sonar. Sonar is a toast library. Again, I'll use legacy peer depths for React 19 purposes, and those things are now installed. Now all I want to do now is just display the button and then start up my dev server and just check that everything is working. So hello world. Let's hit npm run dev. Let's go to localhost 3000. And we have a app rendering our shadcn button, and this is the setup stage. So we'll take a pause here for a second. All right, let's continue. So I built this tutorial in 7 steps or 7 parts that are semi-chronological. This checklist is going to get very, very long, but I'm going to just do things in increments so we can not be overwhelmed by a list of things. So I'm going to call this part 1, and part 1 is pretty long, so I'll paste a little bit at a time. So let's start with these steps here. And so we're going to install Better Auth. We're going to create our environment variables. We're going to create our auth instance. Then we'll set up our Postgres database with NeonDB, and then we will set up the Prisma ORM to work with our Postgres database. I decided to go with Prisma because in my Auth.js tutorial I used Drizzle. And then we are going to just set up our scripts in our package.json. So let's get started. Let's go to Better Auth documentation, and let's go to get started here, and we'll go to installation, and let's copy this first line right here, npm install Better Auth. So I'm going to close my dev server, installing Better Auth. Done. Okay. Then I will create an env file. And we're going to need 2 environment variables. So we'll need the Better Auth secret. Let's go ahead and copy that. But we can also click on the generate secret button to give us a nice random string. So we'll copy this Better Auth secret. Paste it right there in our environment variables. Better Auth will be looking for this environment variable. And then we'll copy the Better Auth URL right below it. And then I want to add one more environment variable so that we can access our API on client components. And I'm going to call that one next public API URL. So when it's prefixed with next public underscore like this, you can use it on the client component. And that's also going to be http://localhost 3000. Of course, when you go to production, you will change these to your actual domain. All right. So what's next on our list? Let's create our lib.auth.ts. But before I do that, let's acknowledge this, create a Better Auth instance. So it has to live in a very specific spot. We're going to go ahead and put it under a lib folder. So in lib, we'll create a new file called auth.ts. And we will set up our Better Auth instance as so. Look at my source code. So we will import something from Better Auth, and that something will be Better Auth. Okay, then we'll export const auth is equal to Better Auth so. And this file is going to get longer and longer throughout the tutorial because all of our configuration is going to be within this object. So we can close our env for now, and we'll come back to our checklist. And now we'll set up our Postgres database with neon.tech. So feel free to use a different database. I'm going to use Postgres, and I'm going to use it through NeonDB, which can be found on neon.tech. They were nice enough to give me a creator account. So if you don't have a creator account, you get 10 free Postgres instances on the free tier, which is a great amount. So I'm going to log in with my GitHub account and just walk through how to create a database. So your screen here might look a little different. We should have a new project button. Go ahead and click that. And give your project a name. I'm going to call it YouTube Better Auth. And I'm going to call my database Better AuthDB. And hit create. Everything else will be default. Then go ahead to this connect button right here. Grab your connection string, copy snippet, go to your env, type in database URL, and just paste it right in there. I'm going to wrap all my environment variables with double quotes for consistency and syntax highlighting reasons, but you don't need to do this. Okay, now we just created a Postgres database in like a minute. All right, so done. We created our database. So now we're going to set it up with Prisma. So Prisma is an ORM. An ORM is a slightly more efficient way to work with your database without writing raw SQL, and it's also type safe, which is nice. So to install Prisma, we'll run npm install Prisma, and I will install it as a dev dependency. Okay, then we'll go ahead and initiate Prisma with npx prisma init. Done. It should create a folder called Prisma. It should create a file called schema.prisma inside of there. We can go ahead and open that up. Let me close some files. Let's remove some of these comments, and let's create a model. So the model we're going to create is a post model. And we're not really going to make posts in this application, but we will need some sort of table to generate our files. And also, it's kind of more realistic in a way because, you're not just going to have users logging in. They're actually going to be using resources. So a post is just an example of a resource a user is going to be touching. So we're going to do a couple fields. Add string, add ID, add default, UUID. So a UUID primary key. It'll have a created at of type datetime, at default, now. It'll have an updated at, datetime at updated at. It'll have a title of type string. It'll have content of type string. And we'll map its name to be posts in our actual Postgres database. That's it. Main purpose of having one model in here is just so we can generate our Prisma schema, because I found it difficult to not do so unless we have at least one model in our database. So now we can go ahead and push our changes. So we'll run npx prisma db push. it'll look at our schema.prisma file and push those changes to our database. All right, so I'm gonna go bring in my database if I can find it. Here we go. And let's go to our tables and we'll just check. Just make sure you have the post table in here and all the fields are showing up. Awesome. All right. Now we're gonna add, with the latest Prisma updates, I have version, let's see here, 6.7. They now generate the Prisma files directly into your source code. So here we have it in .source generated Prisma. So right here in generated. You want to git ignore this folder. So I'm going to go ahead and do that right now before we forget. So all the way at the bottom, we'll just create a, whoopsie. At the bottom of my git ignore, I'm going to create a comment called Prisma, and I'll do /source/generated. Save that, and it should gray out. Perfect. And now I'm just going to change my package.json scripts to, make sure we have our generated Prisma files when we need them. So we'll need them for our dev. So we'll run Prisma generate and then run the dev. And same thing for build. We'll run Prisma generate and next build. Okay. So now if we go ahead and run our dev again, npm run dev. We will see that we are generating our Prisma client, and then we'll start up our dev server. It adds like a few seconds, and it's just to keep our dev server synced with our Prisma schema. As long as we don't change our schema, it should be the same every time. All right, let's return to our checklist. We've done everything up to this point, and I'm going to paste in a couple more steps now. Okay, so we're going to create our Prisma client, and we're going to set up the Prisma adapter with Better Auth. Then we're going to generate all of our auth tables, which Better Auth CLI will do for us. Then we'll do a quick walkthrough of the tables. Then we'll push our changes. We'll create our mount handlers, aka all the API endpoints that Better Auth is in control of. Then we'll adjust our ESLint to ignore the ESLint errors in this generated folder, which is an issue. And then we'll create a auth client to use in client components. So let's start with our Prisma client instance. So what I always do for this is I go to google.com and I type in Prisma with Next.js best practices. And the first link here is comprehensive guide to using Prisma ORM with Next.js. Click this, scroll down a little bit and find recommended solution and just copy this file or copy this code and make a new file in the lib folder called prisma.ts and paste it in. One caveat is that this is slightly outdated now because we do not get the Prisma client from @Prisma client. We get it from our generated folder. So @generated Prisma. Okay, everything else stays the same. Awesome. So now we're going to go ahead and hook up our Prisma adapter with our Better Auth. So let's go to our auth file. And let's import from Better Auth /adapter /Prisma. Let's import the Prisma adapter. And then let's also import our Prisma instance that we just made from @lib. So we'll have a key in the Better Auth configuration called database. And we'll pass the Prisma adapter. We'll pass our Prisma instance, and then we will declare what database we are using, or provider, and this will be PostgreSQL. Great. Next, we are going to generate all the tables that Better Auth needs to work with Prisma and work with their authentication system. So we had to do all this Prisma setup for because now that our Prisma adapter is hooked up to our Better Auth, the Better Auth CLI will know what we are using and then what tables to actually generate for us. So that's why we have to set up the database first. So let's go back to the Better Auth documentation, and we'll scroll down to adapters. We have already done this. And here, create database tables. So we could use this command npx at Better Auth CLI generate. And I'm actually going to add a flag here called output. So where do I want to put it? I want to put it in dot slash, I believe, let me just check. No dot slash, just auth.prisma.ts schema. This is a brand new project, so it's not a big deal, but I just want to generate my tables in a separate file instead of overriding my schema.prisma file. And then I'll copy and paste those tables into my schema.prisma. So we'll see what happens here. Let's hit enter. This might be a bug, but it's going to say the file auth.prisma.schema already exists. Do you want to overwrite it? Clearly this file does not exist, auth.prisma.schema. So just go ahead and click yes to overwriting it. Okay, then at the base of our root, we will have our file, and I realized I messed up. It should be called schema.prisma, not prisma.schema. So just don't worry about it. Main point is, in this file, we'll have 4 tables. The user table, I'm going to copy this. And the session table, I'm going to copy this. And the account table, I'm going to copy this. And the verification table, I'm going to copy this. Or I'm going to cut all 4 tables to make sure I got everything. Go to my schema.prisma. Right under my post, I'm going to go ahead and paste it in there. And then it's getting mad at me because because this other file exists. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete it. I just wanted to copy the models. Okay, and now we're good. And now I'm just going to do a couple of changes here, just to make it work with Prisma the way I like to do it. So for example, these created at and updated at, I'm going to move them up above the ID. Then I'm going to put a space between these 3 fields, and then a space between the relationship fields. And then I'm going to remove the at unique email and simply put the at unique after the email like so. And instead of user, I'm going to write users. Okay, next table. Let's go to our session. Again, created at, updated at. I'm just going to move it right below the ID. Separate the other fields and then separate the relationship fields. I'm going to remove this at unique token, put it directly on the token, at unique, and call it sessions. Next account, same idea. I'm going to remove this created at and updated at and put it right below the ID. I will separate all the other fields, and then I will once again separate the relationship fields. And I will change account to accounts. And one last time on this verification table, created at and updated at, I will move below the ID, separate the other fields, and change verification to verifications. Okay, let's walk through these tables really quickly. So our user table has a name, an email, email verified, an image. And then a user has many sessions and many accounts. A session has a token that expires and your IP address and user agent. These are optional. And it is related to a user. A session belongs to a user. Accounts have all these fields. What I really want to point out is the access token, refresh token, and the password. So the password lives in the account. Of course, it's optional because you only have a password if you're using email and password, not for Google or GitHub, for example. And every account is related to a single user. And then the verification table is for when you need verification tokens, like for email resets and forgot resets and email verification. So now we have these 4 tables plus our post table, so 5 tables. I'm actually going to, before I push this, I'm going to add one more field to post now that we have a user, let's go ahead and create a user ID string. Let's reference it to our user, type user, relation, fields, user ID, references, ID, on delete, cascade. Oh, and then on the user, we need to do post, like that. Again, we're not really going to use this post table, but I'm trying to emulate somewhat of a real world data structure, or tables for your database. Okay, main point, we've set this all up. Our tables, user, account, session, verification. Let's take these tables and let's push them to our database. Again, npx Prisma DB push. And it's been looks like we have an error with our database. I'm gonna go ahead and try one more time. Interesting. So we have an issue. Let's go to our env. Looks like everything is fine here. Let's push one more time. Okay. I don't know what the actual issue was, but looks like I have to save it again. So just go to your env and save it again. That made an issue, but looks like our database is now in sync. Let me pull up my NeonDB dashboard. Let's refresh the tables. So now we have all 5 of these tables. So make sure you have these tables and make sure the fields are here. Great. So 5 tables. These are the only tables we'll be having for the whole tutorial. So let's move the NeonDB out of the way again. And what are we up to now? So we went to the tables and then we pushed our changes. Now we'll create a mount handler. So we're going to create an API catch all route, which Next.js will use to catch any API routes at /API/auth/anything. So /API/auth/signup, /API/auth/signin. These API routes are all managed by Better Auth. So let's go ahead and do that. So in app, we'll create a folder called API. In API, create a folder called auth. In auth, create a catch-all folder called open bracket ... all close bracket. And in here, we'll create a route.ts file. And if we go back to our Better Auth documentation, and we'll scroll down a bit to step 7, we have mount handler, and the first tab is Next.js. We can just copy this code and paste it right in here. And we can go ahead and copy this code because we are creating our auth instance in our lib folder. So it's convenient for us. Make sure if you're not putting your lib folder, you import auth wherever you created it. Okay, we created our mount handlers. Just again, a recap, because we live this route, this route.ts folder file lives in /API/auth/ all. I think it's important to explain this. So Better Auth will manage the all is catch routes. So Better Auth will create many endpoints for you behind the scenes, like sign in, sign up, get session, right? And we'll see them actually logged in our terminal once Better Auth is utilized more in our tutorial. Okay, next we have a little bit of an annoying thing that our ESLint is upset about the generated folder. So let's go ahead and just ignore this folder for ESLint. And so we'll go to our eslint.config.mjs. We'll change this compat.extends to config. And before I continue, I just want to point out I'm using Next.js version 15.3.1, in case that's a factor. And then I will turn this into an object. And I will use the extends keyword and put the extends into an array, like so. So as of right now, nothing changes, but I now can add a key called ignore patterns. I want to ignore the pattern source generated ******, like this. So this will ignore the files inside the source generated folder. So I'll save that, and hopefully that'll generate stop yelling at me. Let me restart my ESLint server. And it is still red. Okay, looks like it's good. This might not even be needed, but it's fine, I think. So now I'll create an auth client instance. So to do this, in our lib folder, right next to our auth.ts, we'll create an auth client.ts. And I'm going to go to my Better Auth documentation again. Step 8, create a client instance. So we can just copy this code right here. So we're going to import create auth client from Better Auth / React. And then we will go ahead and create an auth client. And instead of base URLs hard coded to localhost 3000, let's use that env we made. So process.env. It was next public API URL. And let's double check that real quick in our env, next public API URL. Great. And that's our client instance. This is what we will import when we need to work with our client functionality. But I'm also going to adjust this a little bit. Instead of exporting the entire auth client, I'm just going to export specific things from the auth client as I need them. So for now, we'll export nothing. But as the tutorial goes on, we'll export more and more things. All right, we're at the final leg of part 1. And this part is going to be interesting because now we're going to create our first user. And we're going to go ahead and sign out and then sign back in. And we're going to showcase our session on a profile page. So let me minimize a little bit. So we'll set up email and password authentication. We'll create our sign up page, and then we'll create our sign up functions. Then we'll create our session displaying on our profile page. I'm going to show you the same data is going to be in our database. Then we'll sign out the user, and then we'll sign in again. And then I will showcase some nice conveniences of the Better Auth client components or client methods, which help you manage loading states and error and on success stuff. So let's start by going back to Better Auth documentation, and let's go to basic usage. So in basic usage, we see here that we can enable a key called email and password to enable true. So let's do that. Let's go to our auth.ts. Under the database, we'll go to email and password, enabled true. So now we have just enabled email and password in Better Auth. Okay, now let's create a sign up page. So I'm going to be greedy again like I did in the Auth.js tutorial and try to style it a bit, but I'm trying to be a bit more lenient. So in our app folder, I'm going to create a new folder called auth, and in that folder I'll create a new folder called register, and in that folder I'll create a new file called page.tsx. So let's go to boot up our dev server, npm run dev. Let me refresh the page. And we'll go to auth/register. And of course it's mad at us because we don't export anything here. So let's create an empty page. Awesome. And then let's just do some light styling. So we'll have a div with the classes of px8, py16, container, mxauto, max width, screen, lg, and then space y8. Okay, and here we'll have another div of space y8. And here we will have a h1 with text 3xl and font bold. These are all just Tailwind classes. Register. And then we will create a register form here, underneath here. So we'll create that in the components folder. We'll call it register form.tsx. Use client. So this will be a client component. RAFC, register form. Okay, so we're just creating a named export here. Let's import it right here. Register form. Done. Let's look at our page real quick. So this is our page, pretty much. I do want to build a button real quick that we're going to reuse over and over again. But we'll do that later, actually. So let's build out the actual register form. So let me see what I have here. So we're going to have a handle submit function. Async function handle submit. Go take an event of react.form event HTML. Sorry, let's see, events. Yeah, HTML form element. And we'll keep it empty for now. Actually, we'll just do event.prevent default, so the page won't refresh. Okay, and then we'll have a form on submit equal to handle submit. We'll have some classes, max width small, width full, space y4. Okay, we'll have a div with space y2. In here we'll have a label for HTML name, and then we'll have an input. I'm importing both of these from shadcn, which we installed at the beginning, with an ID of name and a name of name. Then I'm going to copy this div down 2 more times. This one will be for email. And this one will be for password. This input should be of type email. And this input should be of type password. And then we'll have a button of type submit, class name with full, and just says register. Save that. And let me change these imports. Cool, let's take a look at our form again. Great, nice and simple. Oh yeah, I'm also zoomed in 125%. So if your styling feels off, it might be because of that. I am zoomed in 125% in the Chrome localhost. Cool. So let's just see how we can get our form data. So let's take a look at our app. So let's just set up let's set up our toaster. So let's close a couple things. Go to your layout.tsx file, and right below the children, import toaster from add components UI sonar. And just change 2 options here. Position, let's do top center, and then add the rich colors prop. Okay, now that we set up our toaster, we can use our toasts. So let's grab our form data equals to new form data event.target as HTML form element. So we'll do const name is equal to string form data.get name, and then if no name, return toast from sonar.error, please enter your name. And I'm going to copy this down 2 more times. So this one will be for email, and this one will be for password. Okay, and then let's go ahead and just log all of our data here. Okay, before I continue, I need to point out that Better Auth requires a name for their API. If you don't care to have a name, just, you know, when you set up your thing, just pass in a blank string and just don't bring it to the UI. It's no big deal, but you need a name. You can't just use email and password. Okay, cool. Before I log this, let's see if I'm missing anything here. No, I'm not. So let's just showcase we're getting our data. So let's open up the console here. And I'm going to hit submit, and hopefully we see a toast. Please enter your name. Perfect. So some names, I'll just do Naruto at example.com. And the password will be testing. Register. Here's our data. Name, email, password. So we're getting our data, and we're getting our toast validation. Very simple validation. I would probably use Zod or Valleybot to do a more robust validation, but we're not going to do that in this tutorial. Okay, so now, we're in a client component, and the way I want to start off our sign up procedure is by utilizing the client Better Auth instance, our client Better Auth instance. So we're going to go ahead and sign up on the client. So we're going to go to our auth client.ts, and we're going to export our first function, and that's going to be sign up. So we're exporting sign up from our auth client. So let's go ahead and import that. We don't need to log these values anymore, so we'll do await sign up dot email, and then we'll pass in our name, our email, and our password. Okay, and then we have a couple of options here, and we're going to go ahead and just keep them empty for now. So on request, on response, on error, we'll utilize this one. So this gets a context object. So toast.error, we'll just do context.error.message. And then we'll do on success, we'll keep it blank for now too. Awesome. So now we have all the tools to create a user. Before we do this, I just want to, okay, cool. So let's showcase the on error functionality. So again, we know my password is testing. So let's go ahead and hit register. Password too short. So that's coming from the on error clause. And if we look at our terminal here, we'll see that we made a call to API auth sign up email. So remember that catch-all route I was talking about? Better Auth just made this route for us. And we see a password is too short from Better Auth, and also in our UI, password too short. So by default, Better Auth's password minimum is 8 characters long. I'm going to go ahead and show you how to change it to 6. So in our auth.ts file, under email and password, inside this configuration object, there'll be a min password length. I'm going to go and change that to 6 and save. So now when I sign in, when I register, it should work. Right before I register, I just want to point out that if we go to our application and we go to our cookies, we'll have no cookies here. And I want to point out that Better Auth by default will sign you in automatically on registration, unless you have email verification on. By default, email verification is off. Hence, when I register, I will automatically be signed in, so I'll automatically have a cookie here. So I'm going to register. I got my cookie. And this is the proof that I am signed in and my account is created. But we're going to, if you're not convinced, I'll show you in a bit. So let's open up our NeonDB. Let's refresh our users table. Bam, we have our user. Name Naruto, email verified false, no image. And then we also have a corresponding account where the provider ID is credential. So our user exists. But you might not be convinced that it's in the database. You might not be convinced that the cookie is there. Maybe you need more convincing. So I'm going to display it on a profile page. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's create a profile page in our VS Code. I'm going to go to my registration page. I'm just going to copy this. Then in my app folder, I'll create a new folder called profile. And in that folder, I'll create a new file called page.tsx. Paste it in there. Sorry, let's create a page first. Then we'll paste it in here. And then we'll call this page profile. Okay. Let's get our session, shall we? So I'm going to turn this into a server component. Well, this is a server component, but I'm going to make it async. And then I'll do const session is equal to await auth. So we're importing auth from auth.ts. Not auth client, but auth.ts, because this is a server component, so we can use server functionality. So here is auth.api.getSession. And then headers is equal to await headers. So we need to actually, I should have not just wrote it in. We need to import headers from next headers and pass our headers into our session. That's how Better Auth knows about our session. If you don't pass the headers in for server related Better Auth functionality, you're not going to get the results you desire. So if we hover over a session, we have a typed session, or it could be null. So let's check if it's null first. So we have no session. Let's return a paragraph. Text destructive. And we'll just say unauthorized. Let's go to our profile page, shall we? /profile. And we see profile. We don't see unauthorized. So we must have our session, right? I think so. So let's create a, let's show our session on the board. So I'll do a pre-tag with text small overflow clip. And then we'll just do JSON.stringify session null2. This will just display our session as a JSON object in a nice format. And we'll go back to our profile. Boom. We have our entire session here. So it has two objects in it, the session object and the user object. And so this is our session. We are authenticated and we have a session. We have access to this data anytime just by grabbing our session. Name, email verify, image, created at, updated at, our ID. We have our token, expires at, created at, updated at, in relation to our session. Our IP address we don't have. We also have our user agent, which is pretty cool. And then we have our user ID, which relates to our user's ID. And then the ID of the session. Cool. So we have our session. And I showed the data in the database. So now let's sign out our user, because this is going to be very handy. If you don't have a sign out button, you would have to go to your cookies, right click and hit delete. But that's unrealistic a bit. So let's go ahead and create a sign out button. So let's go to our components folder, create a new file. We'll call it sign-out-button.tsx. use client because we're going to do some on-clicking here. Sign out button. Let's import our button from @component/UI. I'm just doing not the absolute import. It looks nicer, I think. So we'll create an on-click handler. So async function handle click. Okay, and I also want to import the router from Next Navigation, or to use router hook from Next Navigation. And let's hook up this button. So on click, we'll do handle click. And we'll do a size of small. And we'll do a variant of destructive. And then we'll just say sign out or log out. Okay, in our handle click function, we're going to want to actually sign out. But before we do that, let's go to our profile page. And we'll import this button. Let's import it right. Where do I want to put it? Let's see here. Let's import it right above the session. So sign out button. There we go. That's our button. Click it, nothing happens, of course. Let's add the functionality. So again, we're on our client, and I want to sign out via the client functionality through Better Auth. So I'm going to go back to my auth client.ts, and I'm now going to export the sign out function. Okay, then I can go inside my handle click, and I'm going to go ahead and do await sign out from lib auth client. And we have a fetch options here object, which has similar things that we saw before, right? So we have an on error, and it's on error. Let's do a toast.error context.error.message. So I think this only will happen if your server is down or you're not signed in. If you're not signed in, it'll give you an error that you can't sign out. But you should only be seeing this button if you're signed in the first place. So it's very unlikely this would happen. And on success, we're going to do a router.push to our auth/login page, which is not created, but it should still take us there to a not found page. All right, let's test it out. So two things should happen when we sign out. We should go to the auth login page, and our cookie should be deleted here. Log out. Boom. Cookie's gone, and we're on a not found page. Awesome. So we signed out, and now let's create our sign in page or a login page. So I'm going to go ahead into my auth folder. I'm going to copy the registration page. And I'm going to go into my auth folder, create a new folder called login, create a new file called page.tsx, paste it in there, and call this page login. Okay, we're not going to need the registration form because it's the login page. Here we go. So let me think here for a second. Let's go to our components register form. Let's copy and paste this component. So and let's rename this to login form. And it's gonna be pretty much the same, but let's just remove anything related to the name. We don't need the name. We also don't need the sign up function. Everything with the name should be gone. This should say login. And this should say login form. So let's import the login form to our login page. Here we go. And now let's go to our auth client and let's export the sign in function. Okay, and what do I want to do? I want to use the sign in function. So await sign in dot email. We'll pass in the email and the password into an object, and then we'll get some functionality here on request, on response. We're going to use these later, but I just want to show you the full flow as simple as possible. On error, context, toast.error, sorry, toast.error, context.error.message, and then on success. Awesome. So our sign in should be set up now. And if we go back to our original username and password, we should get naruto.example.com, password testing, login. And we get our session back. We go back to profile. We have our session. Let's actually prove it's working. I'm going to sign out. I'm going to go back to my profile again, and I should see the unauthorized, hopefully. There we go, unauthorized. And we have just finished our basic implementation of signing in, signing up, signing out with email and password credentials with Better Auth. And honestly, in some degree, you could stop right here if that's as simple as you want it. But we're going to do a lot more. This is the end of part 1. All right, so we just finished part 1 where we signed up, signed in, and signed out with email and password credentials as relatively bare bones as possible. The source code for everything we did up to that point will be in this part 1 branch in the GitHub repo, which I'll share in the description below. So now we're going to move on to part 2 of this tutorial. And what I want to do is go to my checklist and just double check that we didn't miss anything. So let's see here. I have a lot going on here, so let's cut it in half. So we'll say here, part 2. And let's cut it in half right here. I think it's a perfect spot right here. So we're gonna do a couple of things that are like conveniences and just nice to look at. So we're going to showcase on request, on response objects. We're going to showcase the full login, logout process again. We're going to add some convenience links, and then I'm going to show you a couple options, more options in the Better Auth configuration that you might want to change or might not. We're going to go ahead and change the way we generate our IDs for our resources. We're going to go away and change how we hash our password, because Better Auth does it their own way, but we're going to show you how you can do it your own way. And then, yeah. Then at that point, we're going to have to clear out the database, just get a nice fresh start, and just make a new user. And continue from there. So, before I continue, I just want to quickly create a very helpful component that looks pretty. Let me see what it's called. So in our components, we'll create a new file called return button.tsx. And it's just going to be a simple button that's going to help us navigate through our application. So it's going to take in some props, interface, return button props. It's going to take an href of string and then a label of string. And we're going to go in and destructure these, href label from our props. And this again will just be a button, size small, as child. As child, because this button is actually just going to be a link using from Next Navigation. We'll pass in the href. We'll import arrow left icon from Lucid React, which comes with shadcn when you install it. And then we'll add a span here. We don't need a span here. Label. There you go, just a button that's a link. and has a back arrow. And we're going to use this on every page that we have. So if we pull up all the pages we have so far, we have 3 pages. So we have auth login. So for this page, right above our title, we will have a return button, with an href to the home page, and a label of home. We'll have the exact same thing on the register page. And we'll have the same thing on the profile page as well, actually. All right. So let's just check our dev server real quick, and let's go to auth/login, and we'll see that we just have this nice button here to go back home when we need to. I'm gonna pause for a second. Okay, let's continue. Let's utilize the onRequest, onResponse properties of our auth client calls. So let's say in our register form, we have onRequest, onResponse. So we're going to use this for the mostly to do a loading state. So we're going to be doing this a lot. So we'll do a isPending, set isPending is equal to useState false. And then on request, we'll just do set isPending true. And on response, we'll do set isPending false. And we'll pass that pending state to our button here as a disabled state. I'm just trying to think if we need to do the on success. Probably not. So we're going to repeat the same pending state for the login form. So let's replace this. And let's copy that state functionality from the register form. And we'll pass the disabled isPending. Cool. So now we have some functionality here. And let's also import the router from useRouter. Sorry, from Next Navigation. And on success, we will do a router.push to the profile page. And same thing on the login page. Launch router is equal to use router. Great, so that's gonna set up the request response with some loading states and some nice redirecting upon sign in, sign up. Again, as of right now, we are signed in automatically upon registration. So because we're signed in automatically upon registration, we want to go to the profile page, not the login page or any other page. Let's also do the same loading stuff for our sign out button. So const isPending. We'll import useState. Let's copy this on request, on response stuff going on here. And then we'll just pass that disabled state once more to our button. Cool. So these are very quality of life things that you probably want to have in your app. And these on request and on response things are so nice to handle this loading state in a relatively minimalistic way. So let's walk through the whole cycle again. Again, we have no cookie here. Let's create a I'm going to switch this order here. Let's create some convenience links real quick. So we want links to get to the register page, because how else would we do it besides, we don't want to type in the address every time, right? It's not really ideal. So we have a login page here. So right below the form, we'll do a text paragraph, muted foreground, text small. Already, this is not the right one, so we need error. Don't have an account. We'll import the link from next link. Go to auth register. On hover, it'll be text foreground. Register. Okay, we'll copy this. So don't have an account, register. Okay, and on the register page, we'll just paste that in, and we'll change this word to already have an account. Log in. Log in, register. Okay, that'll be very helpful throughout our tutorial. So register, let's create a new account. Sasuke at example.com. Testing. So before I press register, just a couple things. This should show a disable state for a second as it loads, and then it should redirect us to the profile page. Nice, it's disabled, and we are at the profile page with our new user. Great. Let's sign out. Again, this should have a loading state for a second. Done. We are also going to have a toast on your sign-in. So let's just add that real quick. So on the success, we'll do toast.success. Login successful. Good to have you back. And we'll do the same thing on the register form. Register form. Registration complete. You are all set. We'll probably have to change this later. And then on sign out, I'd also like a nice toast. Toast.success. You've logged out. See you soon. Alright, so let's log in with the account we just made. Sasuke at example.com. Password is testing. Login successful. Good to have you back. Nice toast. Nice redirection. Nice loading state. So boom. Again, nothing crazy, but now it's just a nicer quality of life changes. Let's continue. So, remember how I mentioned multiple times that when you sign in, or when you register an account, by default, Better Auth will sign you in. I am going to disable this feature, and it'll be disabled automatically, I believe, once you add email verification, because if you're not verified, you shouldn't be able to sign in. But we're not adding email verification at the moment, so let's just hard code or hard configure that we will not automatically sign you in after you register. So that option is in email and password. Auto sign in, we'll set it to false. So let's just showcase that. I'll register. So remember, when I register, it's going to redirect me to the profile page, but because we disabled auto sign in, it's not going to sign me in. So when I go to the profile page, it should say unauthorized. Registration complete, you're all set, unauthorized. And we did create our user. If I refresh my Neon database, we'll see that Sakura has just been created. So our account is created, but we are not logged in. So we'd have to actually go back to auth/login, and we'd have to manually log in. There we go. So we disabled the auto sign in upon registration. Okay, so next, let's pull up the Neon database again, and let's take a look at these IDs here. So these IDs are generated automatically by Better Auth. I'm not sure what kind of IDs they are. However, maybe you want to have different kind of IDs, integers, UUID, CUID. So I'm going to show you how you can let you control the IDs that are generated rather than Better Auth. So let's go to our auth config, because everything starts here, and we'll go below email and password, and we'll add a new field called advanced. Then in advanced, we'll take database, and in database, we'll do generate ID false. Now, if we try to do anything now, it's going to fail because now it's not generating IDs. So now it's up to us to generate the IDs. So I'm going to close my dev server for a second. I'm going to bump back to my Prisma schema, and I'm going to go ahead and handle the IDs myself. And I'm going to do that with the same thing I'm doing with the post here, at default UUID. So for user ID, at default UUID. For session, at default UUID. For account, at default UUID. And verifications, at default UUID. And it's not enough to change it here. I have to push my changes to my Postgres database. So again, I'll run npx Prisma DB push. Let's push these changes. Okay, and obviously our current users, their IDs are not going to change. Let's go ahead and truncate everything. So I'll highlight everything and I'll hit truncate. So delete all the data across all the tables. I'll even cascade. So I should have signed out first, but it should still be okay. Oh wait, let's start up our dev server. Sorry. If you have a cookie here, just delete it manually. So we're back at the registration form. Let's sign up again. So I'll just do, switch up the characters a bit. Luffy at example.com, and then testing. Registration complete, you're all set. Unauthorized makes sense because we disabled auto sign in. Let's refresh our page, and now we have a UUID ID for our user, and also for our account, and not for our session. We haven't logged in yet. Okay, so now we're going to be working with UUIDs. It's a preference, but yeah, I just want to show you how you can change the IDs to fit your needs. You can also do numeric IDs. You can do CUID. All right, so next, let's take a look at our password. Let's go back to our Neon database. And let's go to our password, which again lives in accounts table. And we'll find the password. So here's our hashed password. And from the Better Auth documentation, they use the script algorithm to hash passwords by default. We're just going to go ahead and, I'm going to show you how you can do your own password hashing algorithm. You want to use bcrypt or Argon or anything else. So we're going to use Argon. So we close my dev server, and we're going to do npm install at node rs/argon2. Okay. So for this to work properly with Next.js, we have to go to our next.config.ts, and we'll do server external packages at node rs/argon2. Save that. And then we will go to our lib folder. We'll create a new file called argon2.ts. We'll import a couple of things from argon2. And let's import hash verify and type options. So the const ops is equal to options. And we'll do memory cost is 19456. So these are the minimum configuration options that you should have for your authentication. I got this from Lucia Auth's documentation. Let me point that resource actually. So Lucia Auth. So Lucia Auth is no longer a resource for learning how to implement authentication from scratch. So I believe I did from email and password, maybe. Somewhere in this documentation, luciaauth.com, I learned how to set up Argon 2 with minimum configuration. So time cost 2, output len of 32, and parallelism as 1. I don't really know what these mean, but there are configuration options for your hashing algorithm. So we'll export two functions. Hash password, which takes in a password of type string. Const result is equal to await hash password. We'll pass in our options. Return result. Export async function verify password. Takes in a data object with a password and string. Before I continue, I just want to point out I am defining my function this way because this is the way Better Auth wants you to have your hashing functions. So I'm just going to destructure my password and my hash from my data. And then const result is equal to await verify hash password ops. Return result. Okay. So close that. Go back to our auth. And in email and password, we'll have a password object. And in here we have a hash. And here we'll pass in our hash password function we just made. And verify, we'll pass in our verify password function. And again, I'll use a absolute URL here. I'll separate my Better Auth imports. Cool. So now let's register an account and let's see what's going on. So where's my app? Let's go to auth/register. Okay, let's boot up our dev server first. Then we will go to auth/register. Okay, let's sign up. We'll do Zoro at example.com. Password is testing. Register. And I don't think we deleted our last user, which was Luffy. So let's go ahead and refresh. And if we compare the passwords between Luffy and Zoro, we see that we now have an Argon 2 hashing algorithm here. I wonder if this means that Luffy will fail to log in. Let's test it out. Looks like we do have an error, and this is invalid hash password. That makes sense. So again, this is not something you want to do in the middle of your application. This is something you want to set up at the beginning if you want to change your hashing algorithm. So now just to keep everything a clean slate, let's go ahead and truncate our tables again. Okay, and let's register a new user. And let's go back to Naruto. Awesome, and let's go ahead and just log in. Actually, let's not log in just yet if we don't need to. And okay, so now let's post the second half of part 2. Here we go. And so now we originally signed up and signed in using on the client. So we used the client instance of Better Auth, and we did all the signing up, signing in on the client, which actually is slightly more seamless to work with, and it probably is the recommended approach. But I'm going to show you how you can authenticate on the server side in 2 ways. One more manual and 2 more less manual. So we're going to refactor both of our sign up and sign in functions to be on server actions. Okay, so we're going to start up with the sign up functionality. Let's close a couple things we don't need here. Let's close lib and let's open up our components, our register form. Okay. So let's make a folder in source called actions. And in our actions folder, we will create a file called sign up email.action.ts. Use server. I'll do export async function sign up email action takes in form data and we'll pass in form data. So we're going to do something very similar. We're going to slowly just move all this logic. So these three validations, we're going to cut this out and we're going to move it into our server action. And we're not going to use toast in here because we're on the server. So we're just going to return an object that says error with that string, like so. On the front end, we are going to, let's just comment this out so we don't get yelled at. That one too many? That was one too many, I think. Oh no, it's one too less. So at the very top, we will do set is pending true. And at the very bottom, we will do set is pending false. Okay. We will do const is equal to await sign up email action, and we'll pass in our form data, and we'll pass an error. Error might not exist, and that's because if we get to the bottom, we want to return error null. So now error will always exist. It could just be null or a string. Awesome. So if error toast.error error, and then set is pending false. Actually, we'll move it in here. Else, we will do these two things right here. Registration complete, you're all set. Push to profile, but not to profile, let's go to auth login, because again, we disabled auto sign in. And now we don't really need this. And we don't need this. Cool. So now we actually have to work inside of our action. And interesting, looks like I got rid of some things that I needed actually. But we'll see here. So we paused. All right, let's continue here. So it's gonna get a little complicated because we're gonna do things a bit manually. So we're gonna do a try catch block here. So we'll do the error state first. So if error is an instance of error, we're just gonna go and return error. Oops, something went wrong while registering. Otherwise, we'll return error internal server error. We'll do better error handling later. Okay. So let's just show you if we do auth.api.signup email. So So we're importing auth from our auth instance, which is meant to be run on the server, not our auth client. And we're using the .api.signup email. This needs a body of name, email, and password. So let me show you what happens right now when we just do this. So if everything goes correctly, we should register complete and you're all set and push to login, right? So let's go to register. If our dev server is up, it is up. And we'll do Nami. No, we'll do, I'm sorry. What do we have in our database? Just Naruto, right? Let's do Sasuke. Sasuke at example.com. And let's do a bad password real quick. Test. Too short. Or something went wrong while registering. Right? That's catching the catch-all. So, but actually password is too short. Again, we'll do better error handling later. Testing. Register. Registration complete. You're all set. So, actually the sign-in is perfectly fine. Actually, we didn't need to do anything crazy here. Login's actually where we need to do more work. So that's it. That's the sign up via the server, and we can check our database that our user is created. So yeah, if I said anything extra, this is actually all we need for the sign up procedure on the sign up side. So now we're going to do our login. And the login is actually the one that needs a bit of massaging. Because I'm going to show you how to do it manually first. I think it's, well, pretty instructive. So, honestly, this entire handle submit in our register function, I would say just copy it, close your register form, open your login form, and then just paste it here. And then instead of register complete, change this to login successful, good to have you back, and change the router.push to profile. And we don't want sign up email action. We want to create a new file called signinemail.action.ts. Which would be very similar. Let's just copy, should be error. Copy our sign up, paste it in here, and we'll remove all the sign up stuff. We'll remove the name stuff. We'll save this, and we'll change the sign in email action. Sign in. Cool. And we don't need sign in from auth client. Okay. So that's good. And now we can try to sign in, right? So await auth.api.sign_email. So you need to pass in your headers. Actually, you don't need to pass it in. So for now, we'll do email and password. And let's just try it out, right? This should work, right? Similar to the sign up functionality. And if we're good, we should see a toast, login successful, good to have you back, and redirect to the profile page. So let's go ahead and try it out. We'll log in with Zoro at example.com, password testing. Something went wrong with registering. So why does it say while registering? Oh, that's here. Something went wrong while registering. We don't want something went wrong with logging in. Logging in. So user not found Zoro.example. Does that not exist? Or did I mess something up? Oh, sorry, it's Sasuke. Whoops. Sasuke. So, long as it's good to have you back. But why are we still unauthorized? Why don't we have a cookie? our username and password is successfully validated. So when you're working in server actions in Next.js, you have to work with the cookies API to set the cookie. Better Auth has a plugin that'll just do it for you. But before we use that, which is just a one-liner, I'm going to show you how to manually set your cookies here. So we're gonna get back a response object from this call. So we'll pass in as response true. And then we'll do, let's just put some comments here to showcase. We're going to remove all of this code later. So, can we minimize this a little bit? Let's start working in here. So, const set cookie header is equal to res.headers.get set cookie. Feel free to log all these things as you go along. I'm going to keep going. So, if set cookie header, because technically it could be null, but it should be there if the response is successful. Const cookie is equal to parse. So we can make this even more manual, but I'm going to use this function I found from Better Auth cookies called parse set cookie header, which will do some of the manual work for us. It'll create a map object of our cookie information. And then const cookie store is equal to await cookies. Cookies from next headers. Okay, so const key and then props. Maybe not prop. Let's call it cookie attributes. Cookie attributes is equal to cookies.entries 0. So if you log this out, you'll understand why I am doing this. Sorry, cookie.entries. So now we've got a couple things from here. Value is equal to cookie attributes dot value. Const max age is equal to cookie attributes max age. It's a dash, so we have to use brackets here. Const pat is equal to cookie attributes dot pat. And I'm using these variables so that they're exactly the same as we need them later, or styled the way we need them. Const HTTP only is equal to cookie attributes dot HTTP only. And then const same site is equal to cookie attributes dot same site. So we need all these, and then we'll do cookie store dot set key decode URI component value. This was something that I realized I needed because I kept running into questions on why my cookie was not working. But we have to decode the URI of the value. And then we go and just pass all these things. So max age, path, HTTP only, and same site. So now we are grabbing the cookie from the header. We are parsing it and getting all the attributes. And then we're just formatting it in a way that we need them to make it nice. And then we're just going to go and set the cookie manually. So again, free for the console log any of these constants, but again, we're going to remove all of this in a bit. So let's show you how it's done now. So let's go back to login. Let's log in with Sasuke. Testing. Boom. Cookie is set. We set it ourselves. We have the proper person logged in. Let's sign out again. Okay. So now the better way, or using the nextCookies plugin. But before we do that, I just want to showcase, remember for a second there, I passed in the headers. So actually, let me log in again to show you what I mean. So we can, if we pass in our headers, we can get our stuff like the user agent, which just might be nice to get. So just feel free to pass in your headers if you want slightly more information. I'm going to pass in my headers, and I'm going to sign in again. And now we have our user agent. Cool. So now, instead of manually setting the cookie ourselves, let's use the plugin from whatchamacallit, from Better Auth. So let's go to Auth, and we'll import from Better Auth Next.js the nextCookies function, and then all at the bottom we'll do plugins, and we'll pass in nextCookies. That's it. So now that we have this, we can remove everything here. We can remove the as response true. We don't need that. We can remove the const res. We don't need the res back. And there we go. We just have the await sign in, just like our sign up function. We don't need this. We don't need our cookies here. And we can go ahead and just log in one more time. And there we go. We have our session cookie set automatically with the plugin. Better Auth realized that server actions was a bit of an issue, so they went ahead and made a plugin and took care of this for us. You can read more about the plugin on their integrations, next section, and RSC and server actions. So we see here that when you call a function that needs to set cookies, like sign an email or sign up email into server action, cookies won't be set. This is because the server actions need to use the cookies helper from Next.js set cookies. To simplify this, you can use the nextCookies plugin, which we did. Cool. And so I believe this finishes part 2. So stay tuned for more. All right, so we last left off by doing the sign up and sign in methods on the server side. So now we're going to move into part 3. Part 3 is a bit of a hodgepodge of random, semi-random stuff, but also very useful stuff. So let me paste in my little checklist here. So we're going to show you how to get the client on the get the session on the client with hooks. I'm going to show you how you can change your expiration time for your sessions. Then we're going to talk about middleware, specifically Next.js middleware, and how to use it to help handle your routing, whether you have a session or not. Then we'll go a little bit more into error handling, have better errors based on the Better Auth API. And then we'll talk about Better Auth hooks, things we can break into during events before and after to like change stuff. That'll make more sense once I bring it up. So let's start with getting the session on the client. So let me close everything, get a nice mental refresh. Okay, so let's go to our home page. And let's just spice it up a bit, just a little bit, just so we can really showcase some stuff. So I'm gonna remove this button here, and I'm gonna go ahead and change this div to be flex items center justify center, and then height is the full screen. Then we'll have another div here with flex justify center gap 8 flex call and then item center. We'll have a text of h1 text 6xl font bold. We'll call our app Better Auth, and then we'll create a button here in just a second. Let's go to the home page. Okay, that's our home page, and let's create a button in components. We are going to call this button get started button.tsx. Okay, this will be a client component, because now in this component we are going to access the session from the client. So refc get started button. So we can use a hook called useSession, which actually exports from our auth client. So remember our auth client and lib auth client. We will export the hook useSession, and we will bring it into this get started button. And we can destructure from here a couple things. I want to get the data session and rename it to session, and I want to get an is pending. And the session here should be the same as our session on this profile page when we used API get session. It's going to contain a session object and a user object, or it could be null. So first we'll do a pending state, because we get a nice pending state for free from this hook. So let's utilize it. So this pending state is going to be happening when the component hasn't mounted yet. We need the component to mount because we're working in a client component. So we'll return a button @/components, size large, class name opacity 50, as child, get started. Okay. Then we will get a const href after it's done pending, and we'll set if we have a session, this button will go to profile. If we don't have a session, let's go to auth/login. Okay, and then we will do a div here. We'll copy this button here, except we will do no class name, and we will do a link tag inside. This is the child actually. And then right below it we'll do session and p welcome back session.user.name. And we'll put a little emoji here, why not? Let's go to emojidb. emojidb.com and say wave. Yeah, we'll grab this wave hand emoji and we'll put it right there. So let's look at our home page now. Let's refresh. Oh, we have to import this button. So let's import the get started button right below our h1 here. Get started button. And now we have our get started button here. Welcome back. We need to fix some styles here. Let's see what's going on. Oh, this div here needs to have a class name of flex call, item center, gap 4. And here we go. We got get started, welcome back Sasuke, refresh. And there's a quick little loading while it's getting the session. And there we go. So now to get started, if we hover it, if you look in the bottom left corner of my Chrome window, it says localhost 3000/profile. Because we have a session, this button will go to our profile. There we go. But if we sign out and then go back to our home page, we will see if we hover to get started, we go to auth/login. So the main point is, this is just an example of getting the session on the client component. If you ever need access to your session on the client, you would use the use session hook and then do whatever you need to do with it. In this case, I'm just dynamically rendering a link based on the session, and I'm also showing the sessions, the name of the session user if they're logged in. Cool. So next we'll talk about the session expires in. So if we go to our auth config, let's close up some stuff, pull out the files, so we have to keep closing them just to keep things clean. So we go to our auth.ts, our main Better Auth configuration object. And right here, I'm going to pull in the session keyword, and we have an expires in. And I'm going to set to 15. So that's 15 seconds. So when I log in, that means I have 15 seconds to have a session. So let's try it out. So log in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, refresh. My session's there. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, refresh. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, refresh. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, refresh. Okay, so I might have counted badly, but we can see here that I'm already unauthorized at this point. I think my cookie might be gone too. There we go. So I counted badly, but that was 15 seconds of no session. So that's how you can set the session time. I'm going to go ahead and not do 15 seconds. I'm going to go ahead and do 30 days. So let me just get the quick math for that. It's going to be 30 days, 24 hours, 60 minutes, 60 seconds. I don't know, I always like writing like this, but this is, 60 seconds, 60 minutes, it's 1 hour, 24 of those hours, 30 of those days. Okay. Next, we are going to talk about middleware. So I'm going to pull up the Better Auth documentation, and I'm going to go to, we're here already. Integrations, Next.js, and if I scroll down to middleware, there's a couple things here. So it says it's recommended to only check for the existence of a session cookie to handle redirection. That's what I'm going to do. I'm only going to check for the existence of a session cookie. And based on that, I'm going to redirect. However, there's some other things here. For Next.js release 15.1.6 and below, I won't even read this because we're not using this. But here, for Next.js release 15.2 and above, we can use the Node.js runtime and middleware. So we can actually get the full session information if we wanted to. That's fine, and it shows you how to do that, which is nice. But again, I'm going to go with the recommended approach, and I'm not going to check the actual session. I'm just going to check for the existence of a session cookie. And I'm still going to have page-level authentication on any of my protected pages. The middleware is just a convenience. It's not going to be my only guard of safety. It's the first line of defense. So let's do this. So in the app directory, if we have a source folder, we have to create the middleware.ts file in the source folder. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. And let me just quickly, oh no, let me quickly check my notes. Okay, so we are going to do export async function middleware request next request from next server const next URL is equal to request const session cookie is going to be get session cookie, and this comes in from Better Auth /cookies, and we'll get the request. So then we'll do const res is equal to next response dot next, and then we'll do a couple of convenient variables for us. So const is logged in is equal to the boolean of session cookie. So this will be a true or false if we have a session cookie, if you're logged in. I'm going to create a variable at the top called const protected routes, and I'm going to put the only protected route we have right now, which is /profile. And so I'll do const is on protected route is equal to protected routes dot includes next URL dot path name. So again, this is a boolean, true or false, if we're on a protected route or not. Otherwise, const is on auth route, which is a little bit more different. All I have to do is check if the path name dot starts with auth, because I prefixed all my auth routes with this auth folder. So if we are on a protected route and you're not logged in, I'm gonna do return next response to redirect. And I'm gonna say, hey, if you're on a protected page and you're not logged in, get out of here and go to the login page. That's auth/login, and we have to pass in a second argument of the request URL. And similarly, I'm going to do if you are on an auth route and you are logged in, you really shouldn't still be on an auth route, so I'm going to send you to the profile page. So we'll do /profile. And finally, if you're not on a protected page or an auth route, I'm going to return res, and that means this is a route that's fully public, and it's okay for you to be here. We also need to pass in a configuration object to tell us where we want to run this middleware. Right now we're running it nowhere. So I'm going to go to Next.js documentation, Next.js middleware. I'm going to copy their matcher. If I scroll down to here, this big one right here on Next.js docs app building your application routing middleware, we have this thing here. It says matches all request paths except for the one starting with API, next static, next image, favicon, sitemap, robots. So this will cover all our routes except for the ones that it shouldn't be running on, like images and favicon. So we're going to paste that in there, and we're going to save. And now we can test this out. So for example, am I logged in? I am not logged in, right? So if I go to /profile, must export a middleware or default function. If I spell something wrong, so let's see here, export default, I spelled, yeah, middleware, I've got the E here, so save. Yeah. So if I go to /profile, remember before when I went to profile and I was not logged in, I would see a unauthorized. Now the middleware is going to catch it and it's going to send me back to auth login. So that's fine. And then if I go to the home page, that should be okay. So now if I log in, testing, and I go to /auth/login, it should not let me, the middleware will catch it, and I will. So I'm not going to superly protect the auth pages, because it's not insanely bad you're there. I'm going to let the middleware redirect me, but the actual protected pages, I want to actually properly do this auth guard. So now instead of return unauthorized, I'm not going to do this. I'm just going to do redirect /auth/login. Because if there's no session, I want you to go log in. And the middleware is the first line of defense. If somehow it bypasses the middleware, this part will prevent it from accessing the page. On the other hand, like I said before, like the login page, I'm not going to put the session check in the beginning because it's not insane. If a user somehow bypasses the middleware and comes here, I think it's protected enough for to get on the login page again. Okay, so that's middleware. So again, I'm using middleware just to check the existence of the session cookie. Whether it's a real session or not, that's a different story. I will check that on the page level. And again, that is Better Auth's recommended approach in their middleware Next.js integrations documentation. All right, so what do we have next? We have error handling. Okay, so let's go to our register form, or our register action. Let's go to our register action. So in our register action right now, we are just checking if error is instance of error, return, oops, something went wrong with registering. So most of the time it is an instance of error. This is just for type safety. But we can have a more verbose check for error handling. So Better Auth actually has in their API, so from Better Auth/API, they have a API error. So we want to check if it's an API error. But the type safety is still not 100% here, so we're going to have to do our own little workaround here, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So let's go back to our auth.ts file, lib auth.ts, and we will import nothing. We will export type. We'll make a type here called error code, and it will be a key of type of auth, which is this object here, dot error codes, and I'm also going to add unknown. I'm going to add my own error as a fallback. So if we hover it now, we see it's user not found, failed to create user, failed to create session, failed to update user, failed to get session, yada, yada, yada. There's a bunch of these. So we're going to utilize this type to help us more find our errors. So if error is an instance of an API error from Better Auth, let's grab the error code is equal to error.body. So if we have an error.body, then it's going to be error.body.code as error code. So we have to typecast this. I found it's the best solution. Or unknown. So unknown is the one that I put. So we know if you hover error code, it is a type error code. So now we can go ahead and use a switch on it. So switch error code. And we can go ahead and do default Oops, something went wrong. Let's just make it more broad. Please try again. Actually, no, let's do return error dot message. Okay? So right now, this is no different than what we had before. We're not really utilizing the error code because we just have one case. So I just want to showcase when would we want to do this, if we want to do this. Well, one, we can do custom errors, which I'll show later. But more importantly, let's do name. Let me see real quick. Once I'm gonna pause here. Okay, so let's go ahead and sign up. I'm gonna sign up as Itachi, and I'm gonna use Saskia.example.com, which we know is taken at this point. So I'm gonna go ahead and register, and we'll get the message user already exists. So that's coming from right here. Return error.message. So the error.message from our Better Auth error is user. What was it again? User already exists. Maybe you want to be super secure and you don't want them to know that's what's up. You don't want them to know that email's actually taken. So we can kind of like handle that our own way. So we can do the case of user already exists. So I logged what the error code is. You can go ahead and try yourself. But I know this is the code that comes with that message. So for this, I'm going to go ahead and catch it in advance. And I'm going to do, oops, something went wrong. Please try again. So if user already exists, they're going to get this message instead. And for any other Better Auth errors, they'll get the actual error. So let's see it again. Oops, something went wrong. Please try again. So if you got a different error, like a bad password, let's say a short password like 123, they'll still get the password too short, which comes from our default here. Cool. And let's kind of copy the same thing for sign in, except it'll be a little simpler because we have less to take care of. We're just going to do import API error, not from Better Auth, but from Better Auth API, which is not the default import. And we'll just do this, and we'll return error.message. And that's it here. And I'm thinking that's all we have to do for error handling, because everything else is being done on the client. Okay, so next we'll talk about hooks. So Better Auth has in their concepts hooks, which are things that can run before and after their endpoints. So for example, let's do a hook to validate our email's domain. So I'm going to go to my libutils, and I'm going to create a constant called export const valid domains, and this will be a function, and it'll do const domains. So these are domains that I want to allow, and so we'll do gmail.com, yahoo.com, and outlook.com. I'm only going to allow these. But as you notice, we've been doing example.com, so I'm just going to throw a nice if statement here. This might not be the best way to do it, but I have to showcase this to make our tutorial much more simpler. So if our node environment is development, I'm going to push onto this array example.com. And I'm going to return domains. So I'm going to show you how to use the hooks to validate your domain. So that being said, let's go to our auth and let's go to hooks. So we'll bring in hooks key right here. It's an object. And we have before. And this is a function. Well, we'll have to create a middleware. So we're going to import create auth middleware from Better Auth /API. And this will take an async callback function like so. So if context.path is equal to /signup/email, and I noticed the path, let's see if we can see it in our logs actually, because Can we see it anywhere here? auth/API/auth sign up, sign out. We cannot. Okay. But I'm telling you this is the path. I'll show it to you real quick actually, so I can. So let's sign up a real user. Let's put a real password here, testing, and I'm gonna register. Nice. And then we'll go down here, and we'll see that we went to auth/register. Did we not call API auth/signup? Did we even sign up? That's the question actually. Let's refresh our table. We did. Okay. So I'm confused why we're not seeing auth/signup here. I'm gonna do it one more time and see why we don't reach that route. So let's refresh, register, Sakura at example.com, testing. There we go. And we do not. Interesting. But I know we are going here. I can prove it by saying console.log we are here. And I'll sign up another user one last time. Kakashi at example.com, testing. See, we are here. So we do reach this path. So const email is equal to string context.body.email. We can grab the email from this context. So this is the hook that runs before we get to sign up email. So if you want to do any tweaking to the data, we can do it here. And I'm going to grab the domain with email.split at the @ and grab the second item. And then we'll do if not valid domains. So we're importing valid domains from our utils. If not valid domains, and that's a function, remember, so we got to return that. Dot includes domain. So if the domain is not invalid domains, let's throw a new API error, not from Better Auth, but from Better Auth API. Otherwise, I'll give you an error. So a new API error, we'll just say it's bad request, and we'll say message invalid domain, please use a valid email. Okay, so let's test this out. So if I go to register, I type in, I don't know, I'm running out of one piece characters. Let's go back to one piece. Loopy at example.com. Oh, sorry, this will work. So let's try a bad email. It's pirates.com. Testing. Pirates is not a valid domain, so we should get invalid domain. Please use a valid domain. So where is that caught? That is caught in our sign up email action. Remember this error handling we just caught? It's right here. Error.message. We can even log our error code, console.log error code. Hopefully it's bad request. Let's do it one more time. Register. Or invalid domain, please use a valid email. So I'm sorry, error code is different. We actually want the error dot name. Let's log the whole error. Let's log the whole error. Register. Here we go. Status. The status is bad request, which is what we called it here. Bad request. The code doesn't matter because we're just going to do, it's going to call the catch-all. We just want the message. And the message we made, invalid domain, please use a valid email. So that's one way to use hooks. Let's do another way to use hooks. Let's create another utility function called exports function normalize name. I'm actually going to rewrite this as a, I'm going to change this to get valid domains. And I'm not going to make an arrow function anymore. Okay, and then auth's going to break because we need get valid domains. And I'm going to do const valid domains is equal to get valid domains. There you go. Just a little refactoring to make it more sense, I feel. Okay, and then export function normalize name. We'll take in a name of type string, and we're gonna return name. We'll trim it. We'll replace with some regex all white space with a single white space. So if your name is Bob space space Tom, it's gonna go to just Bob space Tom, like this. Then we'll do another replace for any character that is not A to Z or capital A to Z. Or a dash. So if it's not it's not A to Z, lowercase or capital, or it doesn't have a dash, if it's any of those characters that are not that, it'll be replaced. So if it's like Bob, exclamation point, 45, Bob, or Tom, it's going to change to Bob, Tom, like this. And then last, we want to do, I looked up these regexes. We're going to take the boundary, or the beginning of each word, and we are going to just capitalize it. So if it's Bob Tom, it's going to become Bob Tom. I don't know why Bob Tom, don't ask. Okay. So back to auth. We will do right below here, we'll do const name is equal to normalize name, context.body.name, and then we will return an object because we want to actually alter the data. We'll spread the current context, and then we'll replace the body by spreading context.body, and then we will pass in our new name. Okay, so let's test it out. If I register a new thing, let's call it monkey 405 star percent do D blah 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 Luffy. So this ideally should just fail the validation, but instead we're just gonna normalize it. So this should be monkey D Luffy, like with capitals. Let's try it out. Okay, let's log in. Luffy at example.com, testing. And we have our normalized name here, monkey D. Okay, so we had letters actually, so letters are okay. So this was actually not so good. I mean, it worked. It just, I misunderstood what it was going to come out to be. Yeah. So to showcase it better, I'll do it one more time. I'm going to do a quick refresh and just truncate my tables. We have too many users right now. I'm going to go ahead and just do a quick cleanup. So I'll make it a little simple. We'll do Naruto 45 space Uzumaki 45 and narutoexample.com testing. So this should normalize to Naruto Uzumaki without any numbers in capital N and U. So we'll log in, and we have just Naruto Uzumaki. Okay, nice clean name because we did the hooks to mutate our data before we get to it, and we're protecting our domains from bad domains. Only Gmail, Yahoo, Outlook in production, but example's okay in development. All right, so that's hooks, and this is actually the end of part 3. So let's do a nice little finish part 3. Finish part 3. And you can see more about hooks in Better Auth hooks documentation under concepts. Welcome to part 4 of the tutorial. We are now going to be going into roles. I think that's a very popular part for people. So we'll do part 4. Put a little mini checklist here. Let me copy and paste part of the part because this one's pretty kind of longer than the last one. So first we'll do roles in a more manual manner, and then we will switch over to using Better Auth's admin plugin and let it sort of help us with our authorization and role management. Okay, sorry. Lots of talking. So first we'll just do it what I call custom or method or manual way. So let's go to our Prisma schema and let's go to the top of our schema, and I'm gonna add an enum of user role, and I'm gonna have the roles of user and I like in all caps admin. Okay, and then going down to my user, I will add a role of type user role and at default user. I want to see if I had this default when I did it or not. Looks like I did. Okay, so now we want to take our database and push our changes to Postgres and Neon. So let's do npx prisma db push, and here we go, done. I'm going to, what am I going to do? I'm going to check my Neon database, refresh my users, and we'll see that we only have one user right now, and we do have the, let me see here. Yes, we have a role here of user. So because we had a default value, it was okay to just add the role of user to our only current user. So let's show what's going on by creating a new user. And let's see if we get type user automatically. Oh, are we not starting our dev server? We are not starting our dev server. Okay, let me refresh. All right, let's sign out and let's register a new user. Sasuke at example.com testing. So this should be a user. And let's go ahead and log in. Testing. Okay, so we have no information about a role on our session object. But if we go to our Neon database, we can see here that we do have a type of user here. So I just want to see what I was going to do next. So if we go to our profile in source app profile page, and we put our mouse over profile, once the TypeScript comes in, we'll see that, okay, not very helpful. Okay, session.user dot. We'll see here that role is not typed here. So role is not, it's not typed, and it's also, we're not being given the role in our actual profile or session object. So we're going to add that ourselves. So we can do that by going to our auth, and we can, let's do right above the session key, we will do user, and then we will do additional fields. And we will add a role is our additional field, and we will do type of user or admin. So you can do string. You can do string. String like this, I think. Or yeah, so you can do string like this. But I'm gonna make it more strict by saying it can be user or admin because we have an enum, so we're taking advantage of the enum. So now we do get our role in our session. And if we go back to our profile and we do session.user, we now have it typed here. So that was nice. That was very simple for the auth to do it. We have now an issue. Let me show you what the issue is. Let me go and register a new new user, Sakura, and then sakura@example.com testing. Something went wrong. So if something went wrong is, let's see if it actually tells us. It might not tell us. So let's go to actions, sign up action, and let's just log the error. Console.log error. Oh, sorry, this is a different issue. This is a different issue. I think I put Sasuke's email, so Sakura. Okay, so it looks like we don't have the issue I was thinking. So no worry there. Actually, we do have an error here. You see here, in the sign up email function, it's giving me a TypeScript error because it expects the role. So our build will fail because of this, but the function still works because we don't need to pass in the role because we have the add default from our Prisma. Remember, we have a default role here, but our Better Auth sign up function thinks we need this field to properly sign up. So to make sure it doesn't yell at us in the role, we would do input false, and that'll fix the type inference here. And now it knows, hey, we don't need to have the user as part of the sign up function. Okay, that's good there. So what's next? We now have roles. That's cool. We have another problem though. Let's go to our client. Let's go to our get started button. Remember our get started button where we're accessing the session on the client? We don't have the role here because we need our auth client instance to have inference of the additional fields we add to our auth, and we can do that relatively easily. So if we go to our auth client, we can import from Better Auth client plugins. We can import Infer additional fields, and we also want to import our auth from @/type auth. And here's something cool you can do. Auth is not a type, but we can say import type because we're only using it as a type. So we'll have plugins, and we'll go ahead and add the infer additional fields type of auth like this. And now, okay, not lib, not type, lib. So now, if we go back to our get started button and we hover session, we now have role inferred. The auth client is inferring the fields with a plugin from our actual auth instance. So that was an interesting way that Better Auth approached that issue. But again, yeah, session, we have our role available. And we can go ahead and utilize that to show a nice indicator. So let's do session here, and let's put this into a big paragraph, or yeah, put into a paragraph like so, and we will put a span here that says it'll be a self-closing span that will have class size for rounded full animate pulse, and this will be a flex item center gap 2. And right now this won't show anything if we go to our home page. Oh, so we're not logged in. Let's log in. Okay, we want to get a circle here, but it has no color right now. So we'll add a data role is session.user.role. So I'm showcasing that we have role is now typed and we have access to it on the client. And then we can use some fancy Tailwind here. So do data role is equal to user. Then we'll do bg blue 600. If data role is equal to admin, we will do bg red 600. So we show a nice blue circle. That's the pulsing here. There we go. It's nice. And let's go back to our checklist. Cute circle. I wrote that already. And we did infer additional plugins. So now we have additional field of role that we added manually. The session has type inference of it, and the client has type inference of it. So let's continue from here. All right, continuing forward, we want to really showcase that we actually, how do we utilize this admin role? So I added a couple more steps here. So we're going to create an admin panel, and we're going to showcase a nice display of users, and then we're going to go ahead and guard our admin dashboard, and then we'll list the users with a Prisma query, and it will delete users with a Prisma query. And then I'll show you database hooks, which is different from hooks, which we covered in the last part. So let me just take my notes again real quick. And we will go to, we're going to create a new page. Create a new page, let's call it an app called admin. Another page here called dashboard. And then a page.tsx. See, page. And before I continue, I'm going to go to my middleware, and I'm going to protect this page. So /admin/dashboard. This might not be the best approach if you have thousands of routes, but this works for now. And again, middleware is just the first line of defense. So I want to copy some sort of page layout. So let's maybe try the login page. Let's copy the logins page. Okay, and then I don't want half of this stuff. Okay, so return button, we'll go back to profile, actually, instead of homepage for once. And then we will call this the admin dashboard. Let's grab the session first. So const session is equal to, we're going to make this an async server component. Await auth.api.get session. Remember, you need to pass in the headers when you're on a server component. And that comes in from next headers. If no session, redirect to /auth/login. Redirect is imported from the wrong place. We want to import it from next navigation. If session.user.role is not equal to admin, then we are going to go ahead and return this, which is going to be a paragraph here. P2 rounded MD, text large, BG red 600, text white, font full, forbidden. So let's check it out. Let's go to /admin/dashboard. We have a big forbidden. We're not redirected because we have a session, but we're getting forbidden because we get the 600. Because we are not the role of admin. Again, this is just UX displaying. It's not full protection. You want to always role check whenever you're doing an actual action, but we will show you that later. And we, as in me. However, if you are an admin, let's just do return you are an admin. We're gonna make this better in a second. What I want to do first here is, let me think. I want to create a link to this page. So on the profile page, I'm going to do above the sign up button, I will do a dot flex dot items center dot gap 2, and I will do a session dot user dot role is equal to admin, and I will do a button size small as child that links to the admin dashboard. Admin dashboard. Cool. So if I go to my profile, I won't see that button because I'm not an admin. And I think I'm going to move these two components. That's fine, actually. Again, I'm zoomed in 125% if it looks weird compared to your styling. We don't need to see the cookie anymore. We know the cookie works at this point. So actually, we don't have a way to make people admin right now, or we didn't implement a way just yet. Let me see if we, not just yet. We will do that soon. But for now, I'm going to go into my Neon database, and I'm going to manually change Sasuke. No, I'll change Naruto to an admin, and I will save. And so I'll refresh the page. Oh, I'm logged in as Sasuke, so I'll sign out, sign as Naruto. So if you go to profile, we have this admin dashboard button. If we go there, you are an admin. Okay, so let's fill up the page now that we have an actual admin. So I'm going to copy this for the most part. And I'm just going to change, let's see here. I will change this forbidden to access granted, and I will change red to green. Let's see what that looks like. Access granted. And I'm going to get my users. So const users is equal to await Prisma dot user dot find many. Let's order by order by name ascending. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, and then let's go ahead and put these users into a table to display all the data. So right below the, where do I want to put this? Outside this div with space y8, I will do another div, a width full, overflow x auto. I will do a table of table auto, min width full, white space no wrap, min width full, white space no wrap. I'll do a table head with a table row of border B, text small, text left. And I will do a table head of px4 py2 be the ID. I'll copy this down 4 more times. 2, 3, 4, 5. I will get the ID. I will get the name. I will get the email. I will get the role, and I will get the actions. And below the table row or table head, we will have the table body, and this will take in the users, and I'll map for each user a table row, a key of user.id, and then class names of border B, text small, text left. Then we'll have a table TD, I think it's table detail, padding 4 py2. User.id.slice08. We don't want to show the whole UID, it's too long. We'll copy this down 4 more times. 1, 2, 3, 4. This first one will be user.name. Then we'll have user.email. Then we'll have, we're going to have the role here. We're going to make this a select item later. And then we'll do user dot, well, we'll just say delete for now. We're going to create a delete button. Delete. And we just want to make This last two text center. Same for the headings center. Okay, now let's check out our table. There we go. IDs, names, emails, roles, and actions. Awesome. So we have our data listed. Okay. So next, let's go ahead and do a delete user action. So let's see what that looks like here. First, we'll create the button. We'll create the button. So let's go to components, source components, create a new file called delete user button.tsx. Interface delete user button props is going to be user ID is a string. Delete user button. User ID, delete user button props. So this will be, of course, a button. That says a span of SR only. It says delete user. But we're only going to show a trash can, so we'll do that. Trash icon. This button will be size icon, variant destructive, class name size 7 rounded small, and we'll have a pending state here. Const is pending, set is pending is equal to use state false. And we'll do disabled is equal to is pending, and then we'll do a async function handle click, and this will do on click is equal to handle click. Okay. Before I continue, we're going to add another component in this file called export const placeholder delete user button. And this will just be a button like so that is just disabled. And yeah, everything else is the same. So this will be used for admins because we don't want to delete admins. So let's import this button first. So we'll do here, I just want to see how I did it before. So if user.role is equal to user, and we'll display delete user button and pass in user ID is user.id. Else we'll do a placeholder user button. There we go. See what that looks like. This has client functionality, so I think we just need to put a use client here. There you go. So now we're a user button, and this is disabled because it's an admin role. We don't want to be able to delete users. Again, this is just UI protection. We want to make sure that when we do the actual action, we protect it that way too. So on the button, let's just make sure we create an action. Set is pending true. At the bottom, we'll do set is pending false. And then we'll do a delete user action. Let's create an action called delete user.action.ts. We'll do use server. Export async function delete user action. Takes in a user ID of type user ID. Okay, and I just want to see what I did here. PI sign out. Okay, interesting. So I'll showcase that. So let's grab our session. Again, we want to get our, now that we're on this doing an action, we want to check the session again. because this action could potentially be called by itself. So get session. First of all, are you even logged in? If you're not logged in, you shouldn't be able to do this. And again, because we're on the server, we need to pass in the headers here. So if no session, I'm going to throw a new error. Unauthorized. Okay. If session.user.role does not equal to admin, or session.user.id is equal to user ID, throw new error forbidden. So if you're not an admin and if you're not admin, you cannot delete, and you also cannot delete yourself. At least that's the way I'm implementing it here. So try catch. Let's do catch first. Interesting here. So we can be pretty interesting about this error. So I'm going to look up how to handle Prisma errors. Prisma error handling. It's been a little bit. And we can do... What is this? Instance of Prisma.Prisma client known request error. Sure, we can do this. I think we'll make it more broad. Keep it simple. If error is instance of error, we will do return error is error.message. Else we'll return internal server error. Okay. Then we'll do try. What are we going to try? Await prisma.user.delete where what? Where the ID is the user ID and the role is user. So this is a second, somewhat of a protection that we don't want to delete admin users through this. So by adding this user role, it's going to fail if the user is not a user role. So it's just like a nice, like another constraint on our deletion query. So if session.user.id is equal to user.id. So if you are yourself, which we're actually not allowing, but I guess we are allowing now. So let's go ahead and allow, I guess we want to allow this. If you are yourself, then we'll do auth.api.signout. And we need to pass in headers here again. So I think it's a bit silly to await headers twice in the same function. So let's put that into a variable called headers list and use that variable. Okay. And then we'll redirect to /auth/signin. But because redirect throws an error, we need to catch that. So if is redirect error, and we'll just throw the error again. Okay, and then if you're not on yourself, then let's just revalidate. That means we can assume that you're an admin. So we'll revalidate the path/dashboard. So /admin/dashboard. And then we will return error. No. Okay, that was pretty heavy function, but let's see if we can parse that out now. So const is equal to await delete user action, pass in the user ID, and we should get back an error. Should be string or null. So if error toast.error else toast.success. User deleted successfully. All right, let's test it out. And let's hope everything is hooked up the way it should be. So let me refresh this page. I'm gonna go and delete Sasuke. Let's go ahead and hit delete. There we go. Sasuke's deleted. And let's refresh our database, and he's gone from our database. Okay, so we'll try to implement the delete yourself functionality later if there's time. Just I thought of this last second. And we also want to make sure you can't delete yourself. But let's see, would that ever be the case? We can do this for now. Let's turn this into a bracket instead of implicit return, and then if user.id is equal to session.user.id, we'll just return null. Like that. So now you won't get yourself. Or we can return actually, let's not do that actually. Let's back it up. I think a better approach would be the following. So if user.id is user, so we'll switch the order of these, and we'll do if it's admin, or if user.id is equal to session. It's okay to delete yourself, but not on this table. You can delete yourself from the profile page, which we will implement. Should we do it now? Let's do it now, real quick. We already have the functionality. Let's try it out. So I think we're not going to implement it. I don't want to accidentally click a delete button on the profile. Okay, so let's continue from where we're at. Database hooks. So let's go talk about database hooks. Very important concept with Better Auth. Source, lib, auth. So under hooks, we also have database hooks. So just like regular hooks, these are things that can be run before and after endpoints. But in this case of endpoints, we have before or after our database queries. So how about right before a user query, right before a create user query, before it, let's do something. And that something is, let's check if you should be an admin, and let's set your role to admin. So I'm going to create an env variable to do this. And I'm going to call this admin emails. And I'm going to separate my admin emails by semicolons. So Naruto at example.com, semicolon. Luffy at example.com, semicolon. Ichigo at example.com, semicolon. Better Auth tutorial at gmail.com, save. So these are 4 emails separated by semicolons. And then I can do this. I can do const admin emails is equal to process.env.admin emails.split on the semicolon, or we'll do an empty array if it's undefined. Then do if admin emails dot includes the user's email. So if the user email is in this array of admin emails, which comes from our env, let's return data, all the users, and we'll override the role with admin. Otherwise, we'll just return the user, like so. So let's test it out. We're going to create 2 accounts. We'll see what happens. So profile, sign out. Let's create a non-admin first. So we'll do, who do we have in our database? Let's create a Zorro at example.com. Testing. So this should not be an admin. Okay, let's log in. Role of user, no admin access. If I try to go to admin dashboard, forbidden. Okay, sign out. Then we'll try to register with Luffy, who should be a admin because he is how I defined it in my env variable. Testing. Okay, we have a bug. Let's try to debug. Oh, we have a space here. I'm pretty sure that might be the issue. Let's save it again. And we'll do. Actually, let's use the enum user role dot admin. We'll import that from Prisma. Generated Prisma. And let's do as array of user role. Does this make sense? Yeah, sure, why not? Extra type safety doesn't hurt anybody. So let's try this one more time. Great. And boom, we are an admin. We have a dashboard. Okay, something's bothering me. I want to go back to my admin dashboard. And I'm just going to undo this like logic we did here. It doesn't really make sense. Admins can only delete, so you would never be able to delete here anyways. So yeah, I just undid my... Well, I said I went at the beginning. Same idea here. Okay, so that's how you can set up a system in place to make your users admins upon account creation. Otherwise, depending on your business, you can also just go into the database and just manually change it. It really depends. So we'll stop here for a second. Okay, so now that we've done roles in a pretty solid way, like this would get you pretty far, or it'll take you all the way if you want to. But we're actually going to refactor it a bit to utilize Better Auth's admin plugin. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go to our documentation for plugins admin, and we're just going to go ahead and copy this import statement, and we might paste it right there. And we're going to go down to plugins at the bottom, and we're going to go ahead and get our admin plugin. So let's go here, next line, admin, and we can add a default role, which I will add as user, and we can have an admin roles, which I will add as an array of capital admin. Actually, again, let's use the enum here, user role.user, and we'll do user role.admin. Awesome. And now we need to do some control. So the way we implemented this is going to be a little strange because by default, without changing any customization, the admin plugin uses lowercase admin and as the roles, but we're using capital letters. So we're going to have some errors until we add our customization. So we're just going to add our customization right away. But first, we have to actually update our database. So not just admin plugins in. We can run that CLI command we did in the very beginning, which was npx add Better Auth CLI generate, and it's actually going to generate a slightly different schema. It's going to have extra fields now because it's admin plugin. Again, I'm going to add the output flag, and I'm going to do roles.schema.prisma. So I can just look at the Prisma schema separately, And so I don't want to overwrite my schema file. So let's create this file. It's going to say, do you want to overwrite it? This file already exists, but it doesn't. We already noticed. So let's go ahead and do that. And we create the file in our root at the bottom here. And we'll see that it's pretty much the same, but there's a couple extra fields. You might be like, okay, but which fields are there? There's so many. Like, I don't want to go one by one. So we can go to our, scroll down to documentation, and we'll scroll down to here, schema. See the schema section? So there's only 4 fields in the user table that are added, and they add 1 field to the session table. So let's grab those 4 fields. So those 4 fields are right here. Role, band, band reason, band expires. We don't need the role because we already have that. We set that up ourselves. So let's copy these 3. And right under role, we'll put those 3 here. It's yelling at us because we have this file, but we're going to delete it in a second. And if we scroll down to session, we need to add this impersonated by field. So right above the session. Right. So let's go ahead and delete this roles.schema.prisma file. Okay, so we add impersonated by in the session table, session model, and we added band reason, band expires. We're actually not going to really touch these 3. We're just going to focus on the role. Okay. So now we added some fields to our Prisma schema, so we have to push the changes to our database. So npx Prisma db push. Okay, so now we're going to create our customization. Our Prisma, or sorry, our permissions, aka our role-based, what do they call it here? They call it role-based access. So I'm going to create a new file in lib called permissions.ts. And I'm going to import a couple things from Better Auth. So I'm going to import from Better Auth plugins access. I'm going to import create access control. And then I'm going to import from Better Auth plugins admin access. I'm going to import the default statements and the admin AC. Okay. So first we'll do const statements is equal to default statements, and then we'll do posts. We'll add some more statements as const. So our statements are going to be typed, what's the word? Rules that we can add to our roles to what they're allowed to do. So for example, somebody's our user can you create a user? Can you list users? Can you set role? Can you ban users? Can you list the sessions? So these are the default ones that are already employed, but we're gonna spread them in, and then we're gonna add our own. So we're gonna add some rules on our posts, and I had trouble thinking of a good example, but I think this will carry the point across, even though we're not actually making any posts in this tutorial. So some things we can do is create, read, update, delete, update, own, and delete own. So this just means you can create any post, you can read any post, you can update any post, you can delete any post. You can only update your own post, you can only delete your own post. So export const AC, which is access control, is equal to create access control on these statements. Okay, and then we'll export a const to roles, which is an object. So we'll create our roles here. So our first role will be user role dot user. Can I do this actually? Let me think here. User role dot. Interesting. Let's try this. So you can do this. Let me see real quick. So you can do it like this, using the enum, or you can do it like the regular object way and just type in user like this. But I'm going to utilize the enum because we have it. And so a user can do, and look, it's nicely typed. Isn't this nice? They can create a post, they can read posts, they can update only their own posts, and they can delete only their own posts. Okay. And then the user role admin, AC new role, they can do admin. We'll spread in the default things an admin can do. And then for posts, they can do everything. So I'm going to copy it as array. So admins can also do default stuff like creating a user, listing a user, setting the role of a user. So let's just see what we have here. Nice. Okay, cool. So we want to import the roles and AC into our auth. So let's do that. So let's go to our auth and we'll import from @lib/permissions. We'll import AC and roles. We'll pass AC and roles into our admin plugin. AC roles. Save. Awesome. So now what do we want to do? We want to check. Oh, we also want to add these to our auth client. So let's go ahead and do that. So we'll import. I'm not sure if this is actually necessary, but I think it actually is for type safety. So we'll add the admin plugin, admin client plugin from Better Auth client, and we'll add admin client, and we'll pass in AC and roles. So I believe now we can have, yes, because we can also use admin functionality on the client, which we will actually showcase in a bit. Okay. So it's called admin plugin, but it's also really more like authorization plugin. Like, what are you allowed to do? And that's how we're actually going to utilize it as well. So what else do we have here? Okay, so let's refactor now something. Let's go back to our dev server. And right now we are fetching the data here with a Prisma query. Let's go to our admin dashboard. And we are using a Prisma query right here. We're going to stop the Prisma query and we're going to go ahead and use our Better Auth API. So const is equal to await auth.api.list users. And we want to pass in the headers here. But since we're also passing the headers here, we'll do what we did before and just put it into a variable. And let's also remove Prisma. We're not going to use it right now anymore. Headers is equal to headers list. And we'll do a query. And we'll do sort by name. Okay, this will get back a users object. And let's see if it's upset with us. Okay, looks like our table is exactly the same. So now we're getting our users here. I want to do another sorting here. Because I believe that let's add a who's okay. I'm gonna sign up another user with a low letter name. Brooke at example.com testing. Okay, and then we'll log in with Brooke. No, we'll log in back with Naruto because he's an admin. Okay, so we see Brooke is at the top because we only sorted it by name. We can't really sort by name and role here. So I just went ahead and did const sorted users is equal to await. users.sort AB. If a.role is equal to admin and b.role is not equal to admin, then return -1. Else a.role is not equal to admin and b.role is equal to admin, return 1. Otherwise return 0. And this will sort it by the roles with admins on top. Instead of mapping to users, we'll map to sorted users. And that should cover that. There we go. Just a nice quality of life thing. Okay. Okay, so we just refactored our Prisma query to utilize the admin functionality. We can also do the same to our delete user action. Instead of using a Prisma query, we can use the Better Auth's admin API. But I will leave that as an exercise for you to refactor that if you'd like to. Prisma query is totally fine, honestly. But maybe you just want to, it's just kind of a choice. But feel free to exercise that. Permissions with posts. Change permissions with posts. So what does that mean here? I'm trying to see what I did before. Okay, so let's do that. Let's try to emulate what it means to have permissions with these posts. We're not going to make any posts, but let's try to emulate that. So let's go to our profile page. Everybody has a profile page, whether you're an admin or not. Go to your profile page. And let's add some checks here. So right above the session, we'll do const full post access is equal to await auth.api.user has permission. Body user ID is session.user.id. And then permissions, post, update, and delete. So if they can do this, that means they have full post access. There's actually two ways to utilize the pass permission. I'm using the method of passing in my user ID, which comes from my session. And I'll show you the other way in just a second. So let's create some buttons to showcase this. So right below the sign out functionality here, we'll do a text to Excel font bold per permissions to XL with dot space X4. And we'll do a button size small, manage own post. Everybody can do this, but we will do a disabled if full post access is not successful. Manage all posts. Save this. So we'll see here that we have access to both because we are an admin. And it's okay about the spacing. I think it's a bit much, but it's okay. Yeah, it's fine. I won't dwell on it. But let's go ahead and log in with a non-admin. So thorough. This is unaccessed. So this is a way you can check if you can do different permissions. And we're just going to show these buttons for this tutorial. But again, I'm showing you how you can check any sort of access. You can put just update or just read. You can put as many as you want. I did update and delete because that shows me that you have full access because everybody can create and read. So I want to show here that I'm using the user ID here. But you can also just pass in your headers. So again, because I'm passing in my headers above, I'm going to create a headers list. And I'm going to go ahead and just pass that here and pass that here. And I'll remove the user ID, save this, and refresh. We're still good. Let's go back to our admin. And we're still good. So you can use headers to say user has permission to what user, the user who's logged in. That's what headers tells you. The user who's logged in, their session. Do they have permission? Do I have permission that I'm the person logged in? If you want to check somebody else, you can just manually pass someone else's ID. Like if you have some kind of app where people send you requests, like, hey, am I allowed to build this? You can check if they have permission by passing in their ID, for example. Okay, cool. And then I think we had one more thing for this section. We're going to create a drop-down. We are going to create a drop-down menu for our roles. So let's do that real quick. And we'll showcase another admin function on the client side. I'm doing a couple of things on the client, a couple of things on servers. You can see the best of both worlds. Clients tend to be a little bit more easy to work with, but there might be security concerns to work on server instead. But server, you'll always have to pass the headers for the most part. So, let's see here. I just want to check real quick. So in components, I'll create a new file called user role select.tsx. Use client, RFC, user role select. Interface, user role select props. It's going to be, we need the user ID. And your role of type user role. Okay, and then we're going to destructure these, user ID role. Okay, and we will create a select item here. And then we'll have two options, option value admin, and user. And then value will be role. On change will be handle change. Let's make this at the top here. Async function handle change. Disabled is equal to if role is admin or is pending. We'll create a pending state again, we've been doing. Cause is pending, set is pending, use date. And then class name, we'll do a couple class names here. px3, py2, text small, disabled, cursor not allowed, and disabled opacity 50. That's it. Let's import this into our admin dashboard. We will be replacing this user role text right here. So user role select. And we'll pass in the user ID is user.id. And role is equal to user.role. Since role comes from the Better Auth API here, is typed as potentially undefined. Whereas if we did it with Prisma, it would have not been undefined. So I'm going to see how I approach this in my notes. It looks like I just casted it. So I'm going to go ahead and just cast it. Okay. So let's go to my admin dashboard, and we should have a select item here. Cool. And so let's see what I did here. So in my handle change, looks like I also imported the router from Next Navigation. So const new role is equal to event.target. Sorry, we need to get the event. Event react.change event HTML select element. Event.target.value as user role. Okay, and then const can change role. So I'm calling this a variable. Admin.has permission. So admin, we're on the client now, right? So let me see here. Let's go to our lib auth client and we're going to export admin. And this has the type inference because we passed in the admin client plugin with the same AC roles that we're passing to our server auth instance. So we're going to destructure admin now. And we're going to import admin from auth client dot has permission. We don't need to pass headers because we're on the client. We have access to its cookies or our headers. So permissions. Remember, we have post session user. I want the permission of user set role. And where is this coming from? Let's go back to our permissions. This is coming from the default statements. And admins get passed the default statements, which is user set role. So they should be allowed to do it. So this will return if can change role dot error. If not, wait, can what's in this dot data or error? Turn toast forbidden. If can change role. Let's do this. If not can change role dot data dot success and return toast dot error forbidden. Okay. Otherwise, we will await admin.set role. We'll pass in the user ID. We'll pass in the role as being the new role. We'll do fetch options on request. We've done this before, right? Set is pending true. It's very like React query like API. Set is pending false. What's wrong here? Oh, false. On error, we get a context. We can do toast.error context.error.message. On success, we'll get toast.success. User role updated. And then we'll do router.refresh. Let's test it out. Refresh the page. So let's change Zoro to an admin. And there we go. It's been done. Let's go to our Neon database. Let's refresh. And we see that he is an admin in our database too. Let's pretend can we override the user? User ID. User ID 1. Let's see if this will change anything here. It might not. Headers might overrule it. Let's try it. Okay. So we can't really properly test. I want to log this actually. Can change role. I'm going to change everything back to users. Let's change this back to a user. Let's refresh the page. And let's change this to admin. I want to see what it logs out. I think I might have refreshed the page. Yes, I did. So let's change this to admin. and we get success and error. So maybe it's better to change this to if can change dot error. Okay, we'll do that. In theory, we would have like a super admin who can change the other admins, but for now, it's just the approach I'm doing for this tutorial. And yeah, now we've done with roles management. A slightly complicated part, but a very important part of Better Auth. All right, let's continue. We just finished roles, so now we're going to jump into part 5. And part 5 is about doing social OAuth logins. So it looks short, but it's a decent amount of steps. We're going to do some Google OAuth and GitHub OAuth, and then we are going to talk about account linking and then some more error handling. So let's start with creating our buttons, our sign in with Google and sign in with GitHub buttons. And let me just take a look at my source code. Okay, looks good. So let's go to source components and create a new file. I'm going to call it sign. Let me give it some space here. Sign in OAuth buttons. .tsx. Be a client component because we want to do on click, and I'm going to call it sign in OAuth buttons or button. Let me rename this to button. The buttons. Okay, so of course it's going to be a button, so we'll import button from @components_UI, and it's going to say a very custom message based on what we pass in for the props. So our props will be sign in OAuth button props, and we'll have provider of type Google or GitHub, and then we'll have sign up will be a boolean, and so we can destructure provider and sign up from sign in OAuth button props. And we'll construct the message. So const action is equal to, if we have sign up, then we'll say up, otherwise we'll say in, and then provider name will be provider is equal to Google, then it's capital Google, otherwise we'll have GitHub, like this. So our buttons text is going to say sign up or in with Google or GitHub. So a reusable component. Okay. Then we're also going to have a pending state. Is pending, set is pending. Use state. False. And we'll have an async function handle click, which will set is pending true at the top, and then set is pending false at the end. Actually, we'll just keep it empty for now. I'll just pass in the buttons on click to handle click and disabled to is pending. And for now, we'll display the button, but we will hook up the actual stuff in a bit. We have to do some setup on Google's and GitHub's side. So I'm going to go ahead and also do npm run dev. So let's take a look at our application again. Okay, looks like we're logged in, so let me go ahead and log out. Okay, so on my login screen, a reminder, I'm zoomed in 125%, so don't feel weird about the styles. And I also want to give a reminder that on my GitHub repository, you can look for ref Better Auth tut, which will be linked in the description below, and you can look at the parts that we're up to, main by main, or look at the entire source code in main. Anyways, let's go ahead and import these buttons. So let's go to our login page, which is an app auth login. And right below the this form, which I think I'm going to go ahead and put inside of a div. We're going to wrap this form and this thing inside of a div with space y4. And below this, we'll put another div. We'll put an HR, so a line, with a max width of small. And below this, we'll put another div of space y of 4. And we'll do flex. We'll do flex call, max width small, and then gap of 4. And we'll put in our sign in OAuth button, provider of GitHub, or Google first. And then we'll do another one for GitHub. Save that, see what it looks like. There we go, we have sign in with Google, sign in with GitHub. We're gonna keep the buttons all the same, but the text is all that matters. Then on the register page, we're gonna do this pretty much the same thing. So I'm just gonna copy this part and go to register. Under all this, we'll paste it in. We'll import our sign in, and I'll go ahead and put in the sign up boolean here. We should have sign up with Google, sign up with GitHub. And I'll also wrap these again in a div, the form, and our redirect link. There we go. Keep these a little bit more tighter. Awesome. So, it looks very big right now, but again, I'm zoomed in 124%. Maybe I'll zoom in 110% now, because we have a lot more. 110% zoom in. So as a register and a login. So for the case of our app, the sign in with Google and the sign up with Google will do the exact same thing. I'm just displaying it on both pages. Just I think it's a slightly nicer user experience. Okay. So let's actually move this line into this div. And same on this login page. To keep things again more flat. See? Or actually, sorry, let's move this line into this div. Sorry, being very nitpicky right now, but we'll move on in just 1 second. Okay, I like that better. I hope you agree. All right. So we create this buttons, and we're not going to do the on-click handler first. Let's set up our GitHub and Google credentials. We need secrets in v variables. So if we go to the Better Auth documentation, and we go to authentication, and we can go to Google, we'll see that we need a Google Client ID and Google Client Secret. So let's start with Google, and let's make those things. So I believe you go to google.com and type in Google Cloud Console, I believe. Console. You'll see this, Google Cloud Console. So it's console.cloud.google.com. So I'm just going to agree to all this stuff. And we have to make an app. So let's see how we do this again. We have to go to APIs and services in the navigation. And we want to do credentials. And then create project. And I'm going to call my project Better Auth. Create. And then I want to create credentials for an OAuth client ID. Oh, so to create an OAuth client ID, you must first configure a consent screen. So let's create a consent screen first. I'm not gonna click on this button here. I'm gonna go back and show you how to do it from the navigation. So right here, click on OAuth consent screen under API and services. Then we'll click on Get Started. And let's just fill out this information. So app name, I'm gonna call it Better Auth. My user support email will be myself. Next, my audience will be external. Next, contact address will be again myself. Better Auth. And I agree. Continue. Create. Okay, and then we want to. You can go ahead and configure any other stuff like branding. Anything here required? Authorized domains. So we might need an authorized domain here. We'll come back here if we need to. We'll see what happens. And so let's go to back to our APIs and services. And then we'll go to credentials and we'll click on create credentials. OAuth client ID. Application type will be web application. I'm going to call it a Better Auth web application. I don't know where this name goes, but I'm going to keep it verbose. Authorized JavaScript origins. So I think we're going to do localhost 3000 here. HTTP colon. I'm going to copy paste it. Okay. And then redirect URIs. I believe this comes from Better Auth documentation. We want to, right here, localhost 3000/API/auth/callback/Google. So copy that. And in production, you also want to add your actual domain /API/auth/callback/Google. But you can add multiple, which is nice. You can have a dev one and a production one. So we need to redirect URI and the authorized JavaScript origin. So hit create. Okay, so we'll need client ID and client secret. Make sure you copy these. So I'm going to copy my client ID. And I'm going to go to my env variable. And I'm going to type in Google client ID. Paste that in. And then I'm going to go to my Google client secret. I'm going to copy that right here. I'm going to paste that in and save. Done. So I think this is enough now to sign in with Google. Let's test it out. Well, let's hook up the button, shall we? So in our lib, let's go to auth client, and we'll do this one from the client. So we'll export sign in, which we already did. So we can go back here. And in our handle click, we can do await sign in from auth client dot social. You can pass in the provider, which is going to be our prop of GitHub or Google. A callback URL. I'm going to do it to /profile. And an error callback URL, which will go to /auth/login/error, which we have not built, but we'll build it once we get an error page. And I think we have fetch options again, right? Yes, I love these fetch options. It's such a nice API. So on request, we will set is pending to true. On response, we will set is pending to false. And then we don't need an on success here. We'll just do an on error. Context is equal to toast, because the Google will redirect this automatically to profile. Toast.error context.error.message. All right, let us test it out. Let's test it out. So we already imported these buttons, right? So I'm going to refresh the page. And I'm going to go ahead and just sign in with my Google account, which should be what I'm logged in with already. Provider not found. So maybe I have to refresh the page. Let's refresh the page. And let's go ahead and click sign in with Google. Provider not found. So let's see what's going on here. Let's console.log. Let's toast the provider. And I'm going to click sign in with Google. Provider, Google. So we are getting our provider. Oh, we didn't enable OAuth in Better Auth options. So let's go to auth.ts. And I just want to see how it's done. Yeah, so let's go to the top here. Right under email and password. Okay, we'll go to the top under database. We'll type in social providers. We'll just copy this code actually. Google process.env client, Google client ID, process.env Google client secret. I don't like doing as string. So instead I'm just going to wrap this in a string like so. There we go. Okay, so now we've enabled Google. So let's go ahead and try this one more time. This should be okay now. I'll refresh the page just to be sure, and I'll click sign in with Google. We are sent to the Google OAuth screen, so I can click on any Google account I'm logged in with, which is just one. I'm giving my app permission, like do I trust Google to have app permission to my app? And boom, we're just automatically redirected to the callback page. I have my image from my Google Images. I have my email. I have my name automatically. I have email verified is true automatically when you're using Google. I believe it's an option you could potentially set. Let's take a look. Verify, scope, response mode, prompt, redirect URI, HDA enabled, sign up. Maybe not, but we're not going to worry about that. We trust Google, so email verify true is fine. And we have a session. And let's go to our Neon database, which I didn't pull up, which I should have pulled up. Right here, let's go back here. Let's go to our tables, and let's take a look at our data. So we have who we just signed in with right here. Our name is just another row in the users table, except email verifies automatically true. And then we have an image here, and it's admin because of our, remember our database hooks? Where is it? Yes, remember our database hooks? We are checking to see if my mouse scroll is not too good. If the email that's included is part of the admin emails, and I already previously added this bettertutorial@gmail.com into my variable here. So that's how I became an admin. If I sign up with any other Google account, it will not be an admin. I'm not going to showcase another Google account here. Actually, no, I will showcase it in just a bit. Let's see here. I don't want to show my other emails. That's the thing. But just trust me on this, I guess. You don't need me to test another Google account. But if it's not this, actually, I can show you real quick in a different way. So I'll show it real quick. So let's go to my Neon database. Let's delete this user. Oh, before I delete this user, let's go to the accounts table, and we'll notice something different here. The accounts row is a credential, a provider ID of Google, because we used a Google sign-in. So I want to delete this user, which should cascade, by the way we have our database set up, and also delete the account. And I'm gonna go and make it again, but this time I'm gonna get rid of it from the env, so it's not a thing. So I'm just gonna put like a couple of random letters here, AAA. So this email is different now. So now if I go ahead and I deleted the user, so we were messed up here. So I'm gonna go to, so I can show you here. If you go to application, let's delete the cookie, and now we refresh the page. There we go. So sign in with Google. So now it's one shot because I've already given my email permission, so it doesn't have to go through that screen again. But we created an account again, and now I'm the role of user because I didn't have that env set up for me nicely. So that's fine. We're gonna delete our users in a bit, so it's not a big deal here. And so what else do I want to do here? Give me a second to think. Let's set up GitHub now. I think that's all we need to do here. So GitHub is a little bit simpler. So I'm gonna go to pull up my other I'm gonna pull up my GitHub account. GitHub github.com. All right, so we're on my GitHub account. And what you want to do is you want to go to your account and then scroll down to settings. And then you want to scroll down to always about the developer settings. And here you want to go to OAuth apps. And you want to create a brand new OAuth app. I'm going to call this Better Auth. Your homepage URL will be localhost 3000. This, you don't need a description, it's optional. And then you want your authorization callback URL, which again comes from Better Auth. So let's see what they have here. It's just going to be localhost 3000 / API / auth / callback / GitHub. Okay, I lost. Here we go. Okay, so we created our OAuth. So we have a client ID here. Let's copy this first. I just want to see what the GitHub client ID, GitHub client secret. GitHub client ID, and then GitHub client secret. And then we can just go ahead and go to our GitHub and click on generate a new client secret. I have to use my authentication code, so let me do that on my phone. My authentication code. Okay, so now I have my client secret. I'm gonna go ahead and copy it because once you change the page, you won't see this again. You'll have to generate a new one. Paste it here and save. Please don't use my codes. I'm gonna delete them all after this tutorial. Okay, and then similarly to this social provider in our auth.ts, I'm pretty sure we can just copy it down and just change the word Google to GitHub. Make sure it's capital. I have an extension that does that for me. That extension is called multiple cursor case preserve by Cardinal90. Very nice extension. Okay, so now GitHub should be good too. Let's test it out, actually. So maybe I go to localhost 3000 on this browser, and I hit sign in with GitHub. Let's see if we're signed in. So it's gonna ask you for consent. And boom, we just signed in with a GitHub account. And we have my GitHub image here. I'm a user because I'm not in the admin panels. So that's cool. Let's see what else we can do here. Let me check my checklist. We did Google, we did GitHub. Let's talk about account linking. Okay, so what I'm gonna do real quick is I'm going to remove everybody from my database. Let's just do a quick truncate, do a little refresh. Okay, and then I'm gonna go ahead and pull, move this out of the way. Let's pull in my Java reactor and let me hit sign out. Let me hit sign out here too. So now we have no users in the database. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna sign up with credentials for this email. For this email right here, giraffereactor@gmail.com. So this email, I'm going to sign up with credentials, and then I'm going to log in with Google on that same email, then I'm going to log in with GitHub on that same email. Let's see what happens. So I'm registered. I can log in with that account. No problem. Sign out. I can sign in with Google. Give it permission. Done. I signed in with Google. Same email. Let me sign out again. Let me sign in with GitHub. Done. Sign in with Google. So let's see what that looks like in our database. I just signed in with Google, GitHub, and credentials with the same email. So in our database, we have a single user. Name Karam, that's the original name I put. Email is giraffe rector. The email is false because I originally signed up with credentials, and that will give me false. If I signed up with GitHub or Google first, I would have had true. Role is user because it's not in my env. And then if I go to my accounts, I have 3 accounts. I have 3 accounts linked to the same user here. And this is what's called account linking. And by default, it looks like Better Auth has account linking enabled. But I don't want account linking enabled, mainly just to showcase that behavior in a tutorial, but also to maybe have more control about your data. So again, I'll delete everything from my database. I don't want to drop, I want to truncate. Drop deletes your database, so it's a little bit more annoying. And then let's go ahead and show you how to disable the account linking. So you want to go to your auth.ts. I'm going to do it right below the session here where we have our expires at. And I'll do account. Account linking and enabled false. Okay, so now account linking is false. So let's sign in with GitHub first. Let's get rid of this browser for now. We're not using this one. Let's sign in with GitHub first. No problem. We made one account. Let's go to our database. One account, one user. No problem. So I'm going to sign out now and try to sign in with Google. Boom. We are now redirected to this page, auth login error. So remember when we did the sign in OAuth button, we had a error callback URL to auth login error. So it had an error, so it redirected us to our error callback URL, which is auth login error. So this page doesn't exist, so we're gonna go and just build it out. So let me just minimize a couple things here. So let's build this page out in app auth login. Create a new folder in here called error, and here a new file called page.tsx. Let's copy. Do we have a smaller page anywhere? We really don't. So I'm going to copy the login page. And I'm going to remove pretty much everything up to here. And I'm going to call this the, if you want to go back, we'll go back to auth login and to login. And we'll call this login error. Save. So this page should look like that. Good. And now, if you notice, we also have a query parameter, error is equal to account not linked. Let's catch that and display an error based on this message. So we'll do interface page props, and the query param comes in as a prop to your pages in Next.js. So search params is promise of error string. Okay, and then we'll destructure that. Search params is page props. We'll make this an async component. We'll say const sp is equal to await search params. All right, and then we will do below this a p of text destructive. And if the error is equal to account not linked, which is what it is right now, we will display a very specific message, and that message is this account is already linked to another sign in method. Otherwise, we'll have a more generic message. Oops, something went wrong. Please try again. As more errors come in, you can go ahead and change it. sp.error, sorry. SP stands for search params. Yeah, this account is already linked to another sign in method. Let's go back. And if I try to register, I'm not sure if the same thing will happen. Let's try it. Karam reactor@gmail.com testing. Something went wrong. So we can actually make this more dynamic by going to our actions of sign in email action. I'm pretty sure it's caught right here. Let's console this, log this error, and we'll sign it again. Oh, sorry, this is the registration. Let's go back to our register, sign up. Let's do a console.log error here. And we get unprocessable entity. I want to see the body here. So we will do error.body. Again, we'll register. And we see user already exists. Okay, that's not so helpful actually. So let's not mess with that. Actually, that's fine. That's fine. It's the same concept. We wanted to leave it like that. Okay, so we cannot link accounts now. You make it on Google, it has to only be on Google. You make it on GitHub, it can only be on GitHub. You make it on credentials, it can only be on credentials. All right, and I think that finishes part 5. We just implemented Google and GitHub. Now we have 3 different sources of authenticating our users. All right, the part I always dread. Welcome to the emails part, where we go ahead and do email verification. We do password reset. We do forgot password. So let's go here to part 6. Part 6. Let's copy and paste my checklist. And we're working with NodeMailer again. I always like to make these tutorials free and accessible for every tool that's used. I think that's very important. If you have the funds and the time, and you go ahead and use a actual emailing service like Resend or SendGrid or MailChimp. I don't know any other ones. Okay, so we're gonna install NodeMailer. So, you know, npm install NodeMailer. And we'll also need to install the types. So npm install at types/NodeMailer. Save dev as a dev dependency. And let's go ahead and set up NodeMailer. So let's go to lib and source lib, and we'll create a new file called nodemailer.ts. And we're going to import NodeMailer from NodeMailer, and we'll do const transporter is equal to NodeMailer.create transport. I learned a new way to set this up that I think is much simpler than my Auth.js tutorial, so hopefully this works out better for everybody, because I think there's issues with the access tokens and refresh tokens. So SMTP will be gmail.com. We'll be using port will be 465. Secure is true. And then auth we will use user is process.env.nodemailer user, and then pass will be process.env.nodemailer app password. So it's app password, not password. So we're not using your Gmail's password. We're going to create an app password, and I'll show you how to do that. So let's just do the NodeMailer user first, which is just going to be your Gmail account. I'm going to use the one we've been using. And then we have NodeMailer app password, which we need to create. So hopefully I remember how to do this. You want to go back to your Google Cloud Console. Let's go here. console.cloud.google.com. And you want to go to... Actually, no, you don't want to do that. You just want to go to google.com. Go to google.com. You click on your profile picture in the top right and hit manage your Google account. And then you want to go to, let's see here. If you scroll down, no, you want to go to maybe data security. Go to security. Scroll down, and then you want to do how to sign in Google, and click on two-step verification. I'm going to sign in over here. And so pick one of these: passkeys, Google prompt, authenticator, phone number, backup codes, and set up a two-factor authentication step for your Gmail. You have to do this if you want to use an app password. So pause here, pick any two-step method. I chose the Authenticator app, and I already did that. So just pause here, set up one of these. You can do phone number, it's probably the easiest. Okay, and then hopefully when that's done, and you come back to this page, you'll see this section here, app passwords. You will not see this section here until you set up a two-factor. So once you come back here, hopefully, if you have stock, just try Googling it, but you want to make sure to set up the two-factor, and then you want to get this app password part, which I believe will not show if you don't have two-factor authentication. Then go ahead into your app passwords, and then create an app password. It's only going to show one time, so make sure you copy it. So I'm going to call this one YouTube Better Auth. So it's a new one I'm making. Create. That's your app password. Go ahead and copy it. Again, please don't use mine. I'm going to delete it after the video. And you paste it right there. And there we go. Our node miller is set up. Hopefully that's all we need to set up emails. So let's go to env. Let's save it here. And I think that's our last env variable too. So now we have this, and we're going to export default our transporter. Awesome. So now we're going to set up a very generic server action to send emails for all of our emails. It's going to be a relatively simple template. So we'll go to our actions folder, create a new file. I'm going to call it send-email.action.ts. Use server, export async function, send email action. I'm going to style it a teeny bit. I hope that's okay. We're going to take in a to, a subject, and a meta. A to will be a string. A subject will be a string. Meta will be another object with a description, which is a string, and a link, which is a string. Okay. And then we'll import our transporter that we just made. Okay. And then we will do, we're going to create a couple styles at the top here. So const styles is going to be an object. So we'll have container will be max width 500 pixels, semicolon, margin 20 pixel auto, semicolon, padding 20 pixels, semicolon, border 1 pixel, solid, hashtag DDD, semicolon, border radius 6 pixels, comma, heading styles, font size, colon 20 pixels, semicolon, color, colon, pound sign 333, semicolon. So right, we might need a semicolon at the end here, so I'm just going to go ahead and add here and here. Yeah, you need a semicolon at the last style too. Paragraph, we'll do font size 16 pixels, semicolon, and then link will be display inline block, semicolon, margin top 15 pixels, semicolon, padding 10 pixels, semicolon, 10 pixel space, 15 pixels, semicolon, background. You can skip the styling if you don't want to do this. 007 BFF, semicolon, color, pound FF, or just copy from the source code. Text decoration, none, and then border radius 4px. That's it. That's all the styles. Hope I didn't spell anything wrong. Just in case I did, I'm gonna go and just copy paste from my source code. Okay. So you can pause here if you want to write this down, or just copy and paste from the source code. Okay. So then scroll down here. We'll have const mail options. It's gonna be from who? Process.env.node_mailer_user. Two, we're going to pass that in. Subject will be a template literal of Better Auth, and we'll pass in our subject. Then we'll have HTML, which will be a template literal. We'll have a div, which style is equal to like this, styles.container. Okay, /div. We'll open it up. We'll tab in. h1 style is equal to styles.heading. We'll pass in the subject again here. And we'll have a p tag. Style will be styles.paragraph. We'll pass in the meta.description. And then we'll do a with an href, a meta.link. And we'll just say style is equal to styles.link. And then we'll do click here. Click here. Okay. I'll space it out a bit, make it more easier to see. And that's pretty much it. I'm going to pull this back once. Okay. And then we'll just do a try catch here. So try catch error. So await, we're going to await transporter.send mail options. Return error null if it's successful. Otherwise, we'll do console. I want to log the error in case it's in this case. So we'll do send email action. That's fine. Error. And then we'll do return error. Actually, we'll do, let's make it, where do we send this email? Actually, let's just do, let's make it more simple. Let's just do, instead of error, we'll do success. True, success, false. There you go. Because I don't think we're going to display this message anywhere. We're logging the error, so that should be good enough. Okay, so let's see what we're up to. We did the template. So now we're going to do email verification. So since we're doing email verification, we can no longer do our nice example.com emails. Well, we kind of can, but there's a workaround. But we're not going to do the workaround here. So since we're at this point in the tutorial, we're not going to use example.com anymore. So I'm actually going to go to my lib folder. And remember in my utils, I had this very convenient if node-env development push example.com. Actually, no, I'll just leave it. It's harmless. It's harmless. So let's go to auth.ts and under email and password. Email and password. Let's go under password and we will have require email verification true. Okay, so now we have email verification on. So if I register for an account, after we boot up our dev server, of course, I'm actually going to use, how do I want to do this? Let's see. We'll figure it out. Figure it out as we go. Let's register for an account. Naruto example.com. Testing. Okay, we're registered. No problem. But now if I try logging in, email not verified. Again, where's this error message coming from? It's coming from sign in. If error is instance of API error, return error.message. And then we're using a toast on the front end to display that message. So of course there's no way for me to verify this email for two reasons. One, we never sent an email, we didn't set that up yet, and two, this email doesn't exist. So of course I can go into my database, right, and just go to Naruto and click on email verify and change it to true in the dashboard. But that's not a real system. So but now of course that'll work, right? I can log in. No problem. Okay. So let's set up our email now. So let me see my source code. Send reset password. Okay, so we want to go to the section in our auth.ts that says, do we even have it? No, we don't. So let's go under email and password. We will set up email verification. Okay, and we'll do a couple things. First, we'll do the option send on sign up, true. So we want to send an email verification on sign up, true. Expires in, I'm going to go into 60 times 60 to, that's about 1 hour. So the email verification will expire in 1 hour. And then we will do the option expires. Auto sign in after email verification. So I think that's a nice quality of life feature. So once you hit the link in your email to verify your email, automatically sign you in, take you to the profile page. No need to log in again. I think that's okay. If you don't like that, turn it false and make them log in manually. And then the real option we need here is send verification email. So this is the logic for sending the verification email. So it's going to be an async function that takes in user and URL. So we're going to do const link is equal to new URL. And this URL has a callback URL. Let's log it up here. URL before changing. Then we're going to change the callback URL query param to work better with our callbacks. To catch, this is going to be a way we can catch our errors. Actually, you know what? Let's just do it without doing this first. I can really showcase why I do this. So we actually don't even need. Yeah, that's fine. So we'll do await send email action, and we want to pass in a bunch of things here. A to, which is user.email. A subject, we're going to say verify your email address. Then meta, we'll have description. Please verify your email address to complete registration. Okay, and then we'll have a link, which is just going to be the URL. Or let's do string URL. Okay, so now our email should send, but we need a real email. So let's see if we can get ourselves an email here. Let's use my Gmail account for now. So let's delete this. So we have an empty inbox. Let's go ahead and sign up with my Gmail. Let me make sure that account does not exist right now. It does not. Okay, so let's sign up with my Gmail account through email and credentials login. So let's do John Cena, Better Auth tutorial at gmail.com, password testing, register, done. So I'm registered. Of course, I cannot log in because I'm not verified. But if I go to my email, hopefully everything's correct. I just see an email. I don't. It might go to spam. So let's try spam. It does not. Let's see if there's any logs. Oh, we have a log here. Username and password not accepted. For more information, not playing. Okay, so let me take a second here to debug this because I don't know how long this will take. Okay, so I think I know what the issue is. No mailer user. I put betterauthtutorial.com. It should be at gmail.com. It should be a Gmail username. So I think that's the mistake. Let's see. Let's hope that's the mistake. So I actually have to delete my account and make it again. Otherwise, it won't work. So let's go here. I'm going to delete my account here. And we'll do it again. Register. Name is going to be John Cena for fun. Better Auth tutorial. Password testing. Again, I just want to showcase I can't log in because I'm not verified. Okay, so let's go to my email. It's in my inbox. Look, We got our email. It says me here because I'm sending it to myself. But it will say Better Auth tutorial gmail.com if I'm sending it to a different email. Looks like it's sent twice. I don't know why. We'll see if that happens later. Anyways, here's our styled email. Subject, description, link. So if we see the link here, I'm going to right click and click on copy link address. And I'm going to pull up a new file here. Let's dissect this email. So we have a base link here. And then we have a question mark, which starts our query parameters. So we have token equals this token and callback URL. So these are our query parameters. Callback URL is equal to the home route. So that means that upon verifying your token, we'll take you to the home page. Usually we've been sending them to the profile page, right? So we probably don't want this behavior, but that's okay. We're gonna change this later. It's perfectly fine to go to the home page. So when I click on this link, which expires in 1 hour, I should be sent to the home page. So let's check it out. So click here. There you go. Welcome back, John Cena. It logged me in because, remember, we enabled auto sign-in after verification. So get started. And there we have our account logged in. And we can actually log in now because we are verified. And we can see in our Neon dashboard, we have verified email true. Very cool. So we just sent an email, and now we can send emails for forgot password and reset password. But before I do that, let's take care of some actual. Okay, so let's handle some cases of error handling. So let's handle a bad token first, shall we? So bad token. Let's handle a bad token first. Actually, I want to test something that I never tried before. So, but first, let's handle a bad case first. Let me set up. I only have one Gmail account, so I'm gonna have to keep deleting my users and making them again. So yeah, clear out my database. I won't keep showing this. Let's register again. Bob, Dylan, Better Auth tutorial, testing. Okay, send me an email, yada yada. Here's my email. Did it send me two? No, it did not. Okay. So I'm gonna copy this link, and I'm gonna paste it here. And I'm gonna change this token to be bad. So let's change this G to a R. Okay. So we get error invalid token. So I don't want to catch this error on the home page, right? So let's see if we can do something here. Let's see if we can do this. I never tried this before. Let's see if we can do URL like this, and then let's try doing. We might not need string anymore, actually. Let's try doing and. So let's add our own. Let's try error. Where do we do that? We did that in. Where do we do the error callback? I think it was the OAuth button, right? It's right here. Let's copy this thing and let's hope it's the same. Is it the same? It might be the same. Let's see if the API is built like this. That'd be crazy. Error is equal to slash. Where would I want to do this? Let's do. What page do I want to redirect to? Let's do slash auth slash verify slash error. This page doesn't exist, but let's see if we get here. That would be really cool. Okay, so I'm gonna try it one more time. Let's see here. Is it capital C? It is. Let's delete my user I'm deleting it in my database. Let's go ahead and register again. Tom. Okay, registered. Let's go to my email. Let's look at it. Copy. I want to look at it. Paste it here. So it looks like, yeah, we have this and error callback URL. I wonder if it'll work. Let's see. Oh, it didn't, because my token was correct. Oh my gosh. Okay, we gotta do it again. I was gonna make the token. I was gonna change the token too. Okay, so let's. I have to delete my cookie. It's okay. This is why you do all this stuff in. That's why it's a tutorial. You know, I'm showing you how to like handle cases and how to. I'm making the cases purposeful. Look at Tom again. He needs redemption. Okay, get my email, please. Okay, copy this link. Be careful. Change the token. Change the token. Let's change this F to an E. Enter. Invalid token. Okay, so it doesn't catch the error callback URL. No problem. I had a way to fix it originally. Okay, so we don't need any of this. So here's how we're gonna do. We're gonna do const link is equal to new URL, and then we're gonna do link dot search params dot set the callback URL. So right now it's the home page, but I'm gonna go and change it to auth/verify. Yeah, that's okay, I think. Yeah, that's fine. And now the link dot host. I think string link is fine. There you go. Okay, so now if it's an error, it's gonna go to auth/verify. So let's again. I'm gonna delete my user, delete the user, register again. Tom's final redemption here. Okay, let's copy the link. And you don't need to copy the link. It should be fine. Oh, we didn't change the token. So silly of me. I apologize for this, but I think it's... I mean, I guess it's good that it's not like... Although, why did it go to the profile page? Oh, I know when it went to the profile page. Very interesting. Okay, the middleware caught the fact that it was successfully logged in, and it moved it from auth verify to profile. I think we go to auth verify. Do we? No, the middleware catches it and it redirected it to profile. So thank you, middleware. That was a nice showcase of the middleware. So again, Tom's real. Tom 2. No, Tom. Whatever. Better auth, testing, change the token, copy the link, go here, change the token to whatever R, enter. Okay, so we go to auth/verify error valid token. So let's set up error handling here. So I just want to see how I did it here. So let's go to app, create a new folder. In auth, create a new folder called verify. In here, create a new folder, page.tsx, RFC, page. Let's kind of copy. I think we can copy what we got in login error. Let's copy login errors page and paste it here. And we should have, yeah, oops, something went wrong. That's okay. But we want to make it a little bit more dynamic. So we'll say verify email. And then we want to see what the error is. So if the error is invalid token, we will say, I don't know, your token is invalid or expired please request a new one. That seems okay. Okay, so now let's pretend that the token is actually invalid or expired, right? And let's create a form. Actually, we'll create a form in just a second. Because the fact that we manually change this token is not the best test. I'm gonna delete these emails. Why can't I delete these? Hello? Okay. A more realistic, or that is realistic, but another realistic thing is if your token is expired. Let's say you have to go away for a bit. I'm not gonna wait an hour here, right? So let's just make it a smaller expiration. Let's make it like 10 seconds. Okay, so we'll register a new person, Naruto. Oh, we have to delete my email, I believe. Okay. Better Auth tutorial, gmail.com, testing. So I'm pretty much gonna be using this email for pretty much the rest of the tutorial because it's a real Gmail. I can get emails from it. Okay, registration complete. You're all set. You probably want to change this message too. We'll do that in a bit. So let's wait. I think it's been 10 seconds. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi, 7 Mississippi, 8 Mississippi, 9 Mississippi. So now it should be expired. Yep, token expired. Let's catch this error too. So if invalid token or sp.error is equal to token expired. Okay, so we'll have your token is valid or expired. Please request a new one. So now let's create a form so that they can send a new verification email. Right now it's expired. They need a new one. How else would they get it? They need this form. So we'll go to components and we will create a form. New file. It's a really pretty big app, right? We have a lot of files. Send verification email form.tsx. We're going to use client here. Please send verification email form. Okay, let's build out the form. Form, class name, space, no space. Max width small, width full, space y4. Div flex call gap 2. We'll have an in label. HTML for email. Input type email. ID is email. Name is email. Okay, now we need a button. Type of submit. Disabled will be is pending. Let's create that state in just a second. Resend verification email. Const is pending. Set is pending is use state. Okay, before we continue, let's go ahead and import this into our page. Here, send verification email form. Okay, we can send a new email, no problem. So we'll do client side send email verification. So let's go to our lib auth client and we're going to export send verification email. All these functions that we're using on the client can also be done on the server, I'm pretty sure, with the .api and vice versa. So if on the server I could do, let's go to our actions, sign in user, I could do something like auth.api.send verification email. This would be on the server side, but the client side is somewhat times more easy to work with. But I showcased both throughout the app. I think we'll see more server examples later too. Okay, so let's bring in the router. Const router is equal to use router from next navigation. Async function handle submit event react dot form element form event HTML form element event dot prevent default const form data is equal to new form data event dot target as HTML form element const email is equal to string form data dot get email. If no email, return toast dot error. Please enter your email. You can do a better validation, you know, like check the proper regex for email or something. But we're just gonna do this. Await send verification email from auth client, and we'll do it. We'll pass in your email. Pass back the callback URL, which will be to /auth verify. Right, so same idea. If it's expired, you come to this page, and let's say it expires again. You want to come back to this page again. Fetch options, classic. We have on request. Set is pending true. On response, set is pending false. Set is pending. Oh, this should be false. And then on error, we'll do context toast.error context.error.message, and on success, we will do toast.success verification email sent successfully router.push /auth/verify/success. Let's hook up the form and let's create the success page real quick. On submit, there we go. And I'll create verify, new folder, success, new file, page.tsx. This is a very simple page. We can just copy the verify page real quick. And we'll remove all these query params. We don't need to make it async. We don't need this, or we might need this. So we just do text. We just call it success. Text mutate foreground. Success. You have resent a verification link to your email. And the back page should go to login. That sounds nice. Okay. So let's test it out. My email expired. I don't want to come back here again, so I'm just going to go and change the expiration back to 6060. That's 1 hour. So let's put it back to our email. We should get a new email. Yes, verification was successfully. I changed to /success page. Check my email. Got a new email. Click on it, and boom, we are signed in. I think I want to change maybe one more thing with the verify page. So right here, let's actually get the error directly from the object. So we don't need SP anymore. And, sorry, search params, sorry, error. And then if no error, let's just redirect them to the profile page. This should be okay, because if you for some reason go to auth verify by yourself and get redirected to the profile page, you're just gonna get redirected back to the login page if you're not logged in. But the middleware is also probably going to catch the login state anyways. But this is just a nice guard here. Okay, cool. Let's check our checklist. And the login page not verified. Oh, okay. So there's nicer ways to do this, but here's what I'm suggesting. Let's go ahead and sign out. Let's create a fake account. For this purpose, it's okay. Sakura at example.com. Testing. Okay, I cannot validate this email because it's not real. Oh, I might get it here. Yeah, I got it here. Which is interesting. I think this will go for Sakura. I'm not going to do it though. Oh yeah, to Sakura. So if it's a bad email, it'll go to your known mailer user. So you could use that to debug. Anyways, if I try logging in, I will reach email not verified. So let's say like way in the future, you just forget to ever verify your email. You deleted your email. How in the world are you going to get a new email verification? So, I mean, let's say you don't even know page auth verify exists. You're not the developer. How would you know that page exists, right? So let me show you how I handled this. So in my sign in action, I'm gonna make this more verbose. So I'm gonna do what I did for a sign up page basically. The const error code is equal to error.body.code as error code. Remember its type we made in our auth.ts file. Look at the sign up action, or it's unknown. Okay, then we'll do a switch on the error code, and then we'll do case email not verified. We're gonna redirect them to /auth/verify, and we're gonna pass in a custom message called error email not verified. And we're gonna catch in just a second. And then default will just be what we had before here. So we're gonna, let's go to our page, and then let's catch this error. So if it's invalid token or token expired, we'll show this message. Or if it's equal to, what did I say? Email not verified. Then we will show this message. Email is, please verify your email if you need to request a new link, or request a new link below, or request a new verification below. And for some reason, if you get to this page for any other reason, we'll say, oops, something went wrong. Cool. There might be a more elegant way to do this, but this gets the point across. Double ternary is a little ugly, but it's better than triple ternary. So if I sign in, it's going to redirect me to email not verified, and it'll catch that error here, and it'll display it on the UI. Please verify your email, request a new verification email below, right? I don't need to request a new verification email because I have an email here. Let's actually try this. Nice, that worked. So if you put a fake email with known mailer, it'll redirect it to your known mailer user, which is interesting. Okay, so that was good here. Okay, now we're going to do a little quality of life for our sign up page real quick. Let's minimize this. I'm going to copy the app auth verify success page. Copy this page, and in register, create a new folder called success and a new file called page.tsx. Paste in here. So register success, and we'll say success. You have successfully registered. Please check your email for the verification link. Okay, that's it. But then on the sign in form, register form, sorry. I want to say registration complete. Please verify your email, and we'll send them to /register/success. Just quality of life. So if I let's replay the whole cycle. I'm gonna delete all my users. Okay, let's sign up with Karam Ali, back to my real name. Email testing. Register complete. Please verify your email. Run success page. I will go to my email. I have lots of emails here. Let's delete these all except for this one. Let's verify my email. Boom. And there we go. And we can close this. Or log in. Or middleware. Caught it. Alright. Email verification. Done. Post sign up page. Thing's nice. Now let's handle forgot password. Let's start with the UI first. Setting up that email was a bit work, so I took a little break. Let's put a space here to indicate a smaller part. So let's do forgot password. We'll start with the UI. So the forgot password is going to live on the login form. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's pull up our login form. And let's scroll down to our password input here. And let's wrap this label in a div of space y2. Sorry, in a flex. Justify between item center gap 2. Okay, and then we will put a link tag here. href with a /auth/forgot password, which we will build in just a bit. And we'll have a couple class names here. Text small, italic, text muted foreground, and on hover, text foreground. Okay, and then we'll do forgot password, question mark. There we go. Let's see what that looks like. Let's sign out. And we have a forgot password right here. So if we click it, we'll go to our forgot password page. Let's go ahead and make that page. So in app auth, we'll create a new folder called forgot password. Create a new file called page.tsx. Let's copy the register success page. It's our most simplest page. We'll paste it right in there. And let's see what I have for my forgot password page. So we have a line here. It says, please enter your email address to receive a password reset link. So in a separate component, we will create a forgot password form. So let's do that. In components, we'll create a new file called forgot password form.tsx. And it's going to be very similar to our send verification email form. So maybe I'll just copy this, if that's okay with everybody, and paste it in here. And let's just change a couple things. So instead of reset verification email, we'll say send reset link. Okay. And then we're just going to use a different method here instead of send verification email. We also want to rename this to forgot password form. So let's jump over to our auth client in lib, and let's destructure forgot password. Let's save that. Forgot password. Oh, so it's saying it's not defined here because we didn't set it up on the auth. So let's do that first. Let's put a pause on this, and I will go ahead and comment this out to indicate we're not using this right now. We'll come back to the forgot password report in just 1 second. let's go to auth.ts, and we have to set up the forgot password functionality. So that's going to be done. In email and password. So right here, email and password. Under require email verification true, put a new field called send reset password. This is an async function, takes the user and URL, very similar to send verification email. So await send email action. This is an action that we made, remember. It's going to be to user.email, subject, reset your password, meta, description, please click the link below to reset your password, and then link is string URL. In this case, we're not going to do any callbacks and stuff here. You feel free to experiment on that on your own because you know how to do it now. But it won't. I don't think it's necessary for this because we're actually going to be sent to a reset password page, and I don't think we need string here actually at all. So I will remove that. Yeah, we don't need that. It's already a string. So now I think if I go to my auth client, I think I can extract forgot password. Okay, good. It looks like we needed to have this set up to get that type inference. So now that we have forgot password, let's import that from auth client. Let's replace send email verification with forgot password, or forget password. Maybe it was forget password the whole time and I just misspelled it. That could also be the case, but it's okay. And then looks like the API is a little bit different here. I don't think we have a callback URL. We do have a callback URL, but why is it mad at me? Forget password. Oh, sorry, it's a redirect to. Redirect to. And it's going to go to auth reset password. Pending true on request, pending false on response, toast error, and then we'll say reset link sent to your email. And we're going to go to verify. We're going to go to forget password / success, which we'll build in just 1 second. It's going to be very simple. Go to register success, copy this page, create a new folder called success, and a new page called page.tsx. Paste the success page. Whoops. Paste the contents of the success page from register. Change this to some better text because it's better auth. Success. You have sent a password reset link to your email. Okay. So let's test this all out. I hope that wasn't a little too fast. It might have been fast, but I'm kind of repeating things, so I think you'll get it at this point. So, forgot password. I was going to cry if I didn't hit record. Please enter. Oh, let's import the forgot password form. Yeah. Let's see what's wrong here. I'm gonna kill my server and start it over. All right. So now, why am I here? Oh, to reset my password. Okay. So yeah, let's send a password reset link to my email. I want to change my password. Perfect. Forget password. Oh, I wrote forget password. Let's change it to forgot password. In the forgot password form, change this to forgot password. And if I change this to forgot password right here, we should be golden. Okay, So password link has been sent to your email. Let's check if it's there. Check my email. Reset your password. So you see, same. It looks the same as the verification, but that's because we're using the exact same styling, the template we made. But it says different text here. Reset your password. Please click this link. So before I click this link, let's set up the reset password page. Okay, that's where it's going to take us to. So a new folder, reset password, a new file, page.tsx. I'm going to copy my register success page, because again, that's my most simplest page. Okay, and let's see what we have in my reset password page. Okay, so we'll change this to reset password. We'll change this text to please enter your new password. Make sure it is at least 6 characters. I mean, it has to be, or Better Auth's going to yell at you. I won't. So click the link. And we're at this link. Reset password, please enter your password. So we'll create the form in just a second. But we notice here that we have a token. We want to grab this token. So we'll do interface page props is equal to search params is a promise of token string. Okay. And then we'll grab the, I don't know what the expiration is. I assume you can set the expiration. Let's just do a quick check on that. So right here, reset password. Yeah, reset password token expires in. So you can set that if you want. I don't know what the default is. It's probably in the documentation. Let's see if we can do a quick search up on that. Forgot password. Reset password. Actually, let's see what the field is called again. Reset password token expires in. Reset password token expires in. Default is 360 seconds, so that's 1 hour actually. So it's already 1 hour. I wonder if email verification is also 1 hour. Can I check that? Yes. So it's already 3600. So you know what? Let's remove this field. We don't need it. It's already 1 hour by default. Awesome. Okay. So search params, page props. This needs to be async. We'll do const token is equal to await search params dot token. If no token, I'm going to redirect you to the auth.login page. I'm just not going to deal with it. At this point, you know how to handle errors. So let's create a reset password form component. And just like the forgot password form, I'm going to copy my send email verification form. Yeah, and change a couple things here. So instead of email, let's change this to password, and we'll change this text to new password. We'll copy this down, and we'll say confirm password. Just make it a little bit more robust. So before confirm password. And then we'll say here, reset password. Very good. Let's rename this form, or yeah, the component to reset password form. This will take in this will take in props actually. Reset password form props. I'll take in that token. We need that token. Okay. Let's go to our jump over to our auth client once more, and we want to restructure reset password. Cool. And we want to import reset password from auth client instead of verification email. We want to await reset password. And we want to change this email to new password. Here's password. Oh, let's freeze here for a second. Let's get the proper data. So const password is form data.getPassword. If no password, return please enter your password. And then if password does not equal confirm password, which we can get from here, confirm password. Okay, then we'll do return toast.error passwords do not match. And then we pass in the token, and then we don't need a callback URL. What other options are there? That's it. Okay, and then on success, we'll say password reset successfully, and we'll go to auth/login. Okay, that should be good. That should be good. So let's import this right here, reset password form, and we pass in the token, of course. Awesome. Let's go ahead to our reset password, refresh the page. Looks like it doesn't want to. Maybe I changed too much at once and it's overwhelmed. I'm going to restart my dev server. Okay, let's put a new password. There's no space here, which is insane. Okay, we'll say potato. Perfect, password has been reset. So let's try it out. Better Auth. Let's try my old password. Ooh, invalid email or password. Let's try my new password. Awesome. So the password reset works. So now let's do, we did that. We did forgot password and we did reset password. And yeah, that's the end of part 6. That was pretty hefty, but we got emails done and we did reset password and forgot password. Awesome. Okay, let's stop here. All right, I just had a second win, so I thought it'd be good to just, wrap this up. Let's do the final part, part 7. Part 7 is a little bit of a hodgepodge again, but mainly we're going to focus on updating a user, right? Updating a user's image and username and the password. Changing your password. A little different from reset password, right? So let's go. Let's start with, let's go to our profile page, shall we? Once it loads, here we go. And let's show our profile page. So, let's show our image onto the screen. So let's go to our source app profile page. And we'll scroll down to maybe right below the permissions here. And we'll do it right here. We'll do session.user.image. So if you have an image, we'll do something. Otherwise, we'll do something else, which will be a div. So we'll do an image tag here. Okay, so the image source will be session.user.image. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, we don't see it on the screen for some reason. Are we here? Oh, so we looks like, oh, we have no image. Makes sense, makes sense. So let's build out the case where you don't have an image first. So class name of size 32, border primary, rounded MD, BG primary, text primary foreground, flex item center, justify center. All that just to say that it'll be session.user.name.slice02. So I'm going to grab the first two characters of your name, and that's our email. And just I'm going to wrap this in a span actually, with uppercase text LG font bold. Cool. So then there you go. That's our profile image. If we don't have what's it called, an image, so just default to a placeholder. 32 might be too big. Let's go 28 maybe. Okay, that's 24. That's fine. 24 is fine. Okay, so if you do have an image, we're going to do something similar. We'll have an alt of user image. We'll have class name of size 24, border primary, rounded MD, and an object cover. It's getting mad at us because we're not using the Next.js image. I'm just going to go ahead and do an ESLint disable on this line. Okay, so we have an image displayed now. If we have an actual image, it'll show that image. So let's build out the functionality to update a user. So we're going to have a div all the way below here with space Y4, padding 4, rounded, bottom MD, border T8, and border blue is 600. Okay, H2, text 2XL, font bold, update user, save. Okay, so here's our update user form. I think I spelled bold wrong. Or so, there you go. This is our update user form. We're going to build it in a separate component, so let's go ahead and do that. New file, update user form.tsx. It's been a while, so let's just actually build this one from semi-scratch. So use client, refc. Oh, this is not tsx file, that's why it's not giving me any help here. Update user form. This will take in some props. Interface. Props will take in a name of type string and an image of type string. Let's destructure these. Name, image. Let's also please declare that I'm recording. Yes, I am. Update user form props. Very good. Let's go ahead and just display this component. Update user form. Name is session.user.name. Image is going to be session.user.image, or we'll pass an empty string if we don't have an image. Cool. And that's going to be right here. That's our form. We're still building it out. And so let's build out the actual form. Form, class name, max width small, width full, space Y4. On submit, handle submit. Async function, handle submit. Event react dot form event, HTML form element. Okay. Div flex call gap2. We know how this goes. Label HTML for name. Input. This one will be a little bit different. We'll have a default value here. ID name, default value, name. Okay, and then div flex call gap2. Label. We won't do like a keep it simple. We won't do like a form file input type of deal here. We're just gonna use like find an image URL and just use that image. Input type Is URL an option? What does that do? Let's do a quick look-see here. HTML URL input. Sure, why not? Let's use the type URL. I don't know if it's gonna actually do anything much for us, but it seems harmless because it should be an URL. Default value will be name. Cool. And then our button type submit. Disabled is pending. Update user. Let's do our classic use state here. Const is pending, set is pending, use state false. Okay. I want to just change these imports as I always like to do. Okay, and then in our form, we're going to go ahead and bring in the router again. Okay, we'll do event.prevent default. And then we'll do const form data is equal to new form data event.target as HTML form element. Const name is equal to string form data dot get name. Const image is equal to string form data dot get image. If no name and no image, so we'll do return toast.error. So it's okay if they just submit one of them, they don't need to have both. Although they need a name for sure. So let me see about that. Well, this is for updating. This is only for updating. We don't need to. So and means if you have no name and no image, return, please enter a name or image. So we want at least one. All those, yeah, that's fine. So we're gonna use again a client option here from Better Auth. So we're gonna go to lib auth client and we'll do structure update user. And the API looks very similar to what we've been doing. So update user. Update user from lib client. And we will pass in the name only if we have the name. And then we will also pass in the image. Name, if we have a name. If we don't have a name, we're not going to update it. Because we don't want to update a empty name. Fetch options. What's this? Why is it oh, there's no comma here. On request, set is pending true. On response, set is pending false. On error, context, toast.error, context.error.message. On success, where would we be without our formatting? Toast.success, user updated successfully. Well, that's a little weird. Maybe let's just update successfully. And user update successfully is fine. Then we'll do event.target as HTML form element. .reset. So reset the form. What's wrong with this? .toast. Did I import toast in the wrong place? No, I did not. And router.refresh. Toast.success. What am I doing wrong here? Toast.success. Huh? I'm going crazy. Oh, I see. There should be a semicolon there. Okay. All right. So this should be good. Oh wait, image is not being used. We need a default value of image here, not name. Cool. So everything should be good. Let's test it out. Refresh the page real quick. So let's update our image. Let's find an image. I don't know. Let's do a giraffe images. Tools, size. I want to find a small icon. So let's find this image right here. I'm going to right click, open image, new tab. So we have the URL here. Let's grab this, paste it right in here, update user. There we go. We got our image here. And if we go to our database, tables, we'll see here that in our user we have an image. And of course we can go ahead and, you know, remove it. Update user. And it'll clear it out. And we can also update our name. Let's say, I don't know, ginger ale, because I'm drinking ginger ale. And there we go. We have our image changes. Our name here is ginger ale. If we go to the home page, we should have welcome back ginger ale. Cool. So we can update our user information now. Now we're going to go ahead and update. We're going to do the change password, which is going to be very similar to our update user. So we're going to copy this whole div here, copy it down, and we're going to change this blue just to a red, and we'll change this text here to change password. Then we'll remove this form here. So let's see what we have here. Change password. Okay. And I'm not doing any, like, throughout the entire app, you notice maybe we're doing some updating and deleting. I'm not having a pop-up saying, are you sure? You probably want to do that for more important things. Like on that admin panel, right, on this admin panel, when I click on delete a user, I should probably have a, let me create a user real quick. Just I want to demonstrate this, just, you know, for fun. Register Naruto example. I'm gonna log in with my actual account though. Okay, so if I go to my admin dashboard, I have Naruto, who is unfortunately an admin. So let me make him a. I need to create accounts not an admin. Sasuke. Okay. So when I click on delete, it's just going to delete it right away. I probably, for when I'm doing actions like changing the deleting or updating, I probably for more serious things like deleting a whole user, I probably would want a pop-up or a confirmation dialog, which I did do, I believe, in the Next.js or Auth.js tutorial, I believe. I think so. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, just some warnings. Like, you know, if I click delete, boom, it's deleted. I didn't have a chance to, like, undo that or, you know, double, like, confirm. So that could be a little dangerous. But this is a showcase of better auth, not about, like, best practices. But hopefully you understand what I'm saying. Anyways, back to the change password. Let's see here, 1 second. Let's build out this form. So it's gonna be very similar to the update user form. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy the update user form, rename it to change password form. We don't need any props. Change password form. And to showcase something different, we're going to go ahead and use we're gonna do this on the server because it's been a while, right? We've been doing client stuff. We're gonna do this one on the server. So we're not gonna need the router, and we're not gonna need to grab any of this or this or any of this. We'll need the form data. We'll grab the form data. Default value. We don't. Yeah, so we're gonna use password here, or we're gonna use current password and new password. So we'll say current password, type password, ID and name. No default value, obviously, and then this will be new password. No default value, type is password, and then we'll change this to change password. Before we continue, let's go ahead and import this into our page. Change password form. There we go. And now let's set up a server action to handle this. So it's been a little while since we did this. Let's go to our actions. Create a new file called changepassword.action.ts. Use server, export async function change password action. We'll take in form data of type form data. Const current password is equal to string form data dot get password. If no current password, return error. Please enter your current password. We'll copy this same exact 2 lines, and we'll do this for new password. Oh, this should be current password. Okay, please enter your new password. Okay. Then we'll do a try catch. Catch error, we'll do the catch first, and then we're going to use Better Auth, so we can go ahead and just instance of API error, which comes in from Better Auth /API. Return. If you don't import it from /API, you're going to get error when you try this. I'm just saving you time. Feel free to experiment. Return error, internal server error. Most likely you'll never get to this line. I'm always curious how you do get to this line though. Oh, because you can technically throw something that's not an error, but most of the time if you're not the one throwing the error, it's gonna be of type error. So in our try block, we want to do await auth.api.change password. So again, because we're using the server side Better Auth functionality here, we need to pass in the headers. The headers will tell who is the person doing this because they'll have access to the session. So we'll pass in headers from next headers, and then we'll pass in a body with current password and new password. And otherwise, if we're good, we'll return error null. Awesome. Okay, so that's done. So back on that front end stuff, we can do a if or const error is equal to await change password action, pass in the form data. If error, we will do toast.error error. Remember, I keep importing toast from Sonar, just a heads up, because it does it automatically when I type too fast. And then we'll do toast.success, password changed successfully. Did the update user get a cool exclamation point? Because it deserves it. Yes, it did. Okay, cool. Then we'll do event dot target as HTML form element dot reset, and then set is pending true or false, but we forgot to set is pending true. Pending true. Target. Okay. I just want to see real quick. Did we do the pending state for update user? We did. Okay, cool. So now we can change your password. I'm gonna change it to. Oh no! Look at this. Look at this. I'm gonna change my password to I don't know. What's around me? Oh my gosh. Captain. Change password. Invalid password. Oh, sorry, my current password is not Captain. There we go. Password changed successfully. So I log out now, and log back in with my previous password. No good. If I log in with my new password, we're good. Awesome. So that's how you change your password. Whew, we're almost done here. We're almost done here. Okay, so now we're talking about custom sessions. So by default, this is everything you get in your session. But maybe you want to have more stuff, or maybe you want to have less stuff, or maybe you want to have different stuff. Then maybe I want to get my name in all capital letters for some reason. You can transform it. So I'm going to show you how to create a custom session here. And then when you add plugins, like for example, we added that admin plugin. Let's go to our auth.ts. This is pretty. Look how big our auth.ts has grown. Isn't it beautiful? So let's go to the plugins at the bottom. When we added this the admin plugin, it automatically added these 4 columns to our session. We also did additional fields here. I believe if you pass additional fields here, it'll also add the column to your session. So let's start by first customizing the session so that maybe we don't need all this information. It's just unnecessary. So let's go ahead and just get rid of some of it by customizing the session to ourselves. So let me pull up the custom session here. So it actually is a plugin. So where we have Better Auth /plugins, we import the admin. We can also import custom session. So we can use that custom session right here. And it takes an async function, which takes in our user and our session. And we can return whatever we want to return. So if I return an empty object right now, it's going to get really, really mad at me because we just lost all of our data. So let's get back a certain set of things. Let's get back a session. And let's just get back the expires at. You can go ahead and hover your thing to see what we have in there. So I want my expires at, I want my token, and I want my user agent. Then I also want from my user, I of course want my user ID, I want my name, I want my email, just 2 commas. I want my image, and I want created at. I'm keeping the fields the same. I'm just grabbing what I want, and the role. That's it. I'll explain why this is a TypeScript error in a second, or a TypeScript issue. But if we go back to our profile, we see that our session is now exactly everything we asked for. A nice smaller session, more focused, maybe cutting out things we didn't really need before. Okay, so let's start with this issue here. So role does not exist if we can hover here user, because the problem is the role key is added by the admin plugin, and the custom session is unable to get the type changes based on the updated user based on an admin plugin. But there is a workaround, which is in the Better Auth documentation, where we pull up all of the Better Auth configurations outside, and then we spread it back into Better Auth. And this sounds really confusing, but I'll show you what I mean. So I'm going to go to the very top, and I'm going to import a type from Better Auth called Better Auth Options. I'm going to create an options object, and I'm going to say satisfies Better Auth options. Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and minimize the object inside of Better Auth right here. Here, I'm going to go ahead and cut this all out and paste it right in here. Okay, and then I'm going to spread this into the options. Okay, well, sorry, I'm going to go ahead and put an object and then spread the options. Okay, so now nothing has really changed right now. So now I'm going to go ahead and cut out the custom session plugin, cut it out, and then I'm going to type in plugins here, and I'm going to go ahead and spread the options dot plugins options.plugins or if it's undefined, for an empty array, and then I'll add the custom session at the bottom. Again, we still have this issue, but now that we extracted the options outside of this object, I can pass it as a second argument to custom session options, and now we have the type inference. So there we go. Another issue is that if we go to the auth, if we go to our, actually no, I'll showcase that in just a second. So yeah, let's say now you want to add a field. I really couldn't think of a good use case, but let's say I just want to add a random field here called giraffe fact. Giraffes can sometimes nap with one eye open. Awesome. So now we can pass this around with our session, and if we go to our profile page, we hover over session user, it is typed here. So we have it is aware of our giraffe fact key. But another problem is if we go to our, what was the component we used to get the session on the client? It was the get started button. If we look at the user on the get started button, we do not have session.user. We do not have giraffe fact here. In fact, we have all these other fields here too. Like we have band, we got rid of that. So we have to adjust the auth client to infer the custom session from our auth. So let's go to our auth client and let's import a plugin in Better Auth client plugins called custom session client. And I believe it's very similar to the infer additional fields. I think it's just custom session client type of auth, like so. Let me just double check that. Yeah, it's just the same like that. So now if I go back to my get started button and I hover user, it's exactly how we have it inferred from our auth. ID, name, email, image, create at, role, and giraffe fact. Okay, so that's custom sessions. Next, I wanted to end this off with two things. So one big, huge thing about Better Auth is you can create your own plugins, and they also have so many plugins like already for you. Like even the Stripe one is really interesting to me. I never got a chance to try it out yet. You have community plugins. So I thought it'd be fun just to, at the end of this tutorial, just to add another plugin to showcase. So I'm going to showcase the Magic Link plugin. So let's go ahead and do it. So we'll add this plugin, Magic Link, to our auth config. So grab the magic link plugin. And then we'll put it at the bottom right here in our new options configuration option. Magic link, and we'll do send magic link async. This takes in an email and a URL. Oh wait, we're gonna use our send email action that we've been using for all our other emails. To email subject magic link login, meta description. Please click the link below to log in. Link is just the URL. Okay, and we need to infer this on the auth client. So again, we'll import magic link client, and we'll just pass in magic link client. I think that's all we have to do here. Let me just double check that. Yeah, that's it. The main point of passing everything to the auth client is so that it can also do these things. So remember how I said all these APIs are available on the client and the auth, but if I don't pass this magic link client in here, I won't be able to use it on the client. I can still use it on the server, but I won't be using the client. So this keeps it in sync and allows them to have parallel behavior, the client functionality and the server functionality. Okay, now I think we need to build the UI. So let's go to our login page, I believe. Let me just double check. Login page. Yes, we are gonna put in the login page, but we'll build it first. So let's yeah, this one's gonna be a little bit different. We're gonna use a details component from HTML. So new file, magic link login form.tsx. I think this will be our last file of this tutorial. Okay. Let's import this into the page and let's just look at it as we build it. So right above the login form, let's have the magic link login form. Let's go to our page. Let's log out here and let's take a look at it. Okay, it looks terrible right now. I think we can go ahead and just do maybe a 50-50 screen here, or maybe like something like this. Sure. Let's see how far that takes us. So I want to just build this because it's a little creative. So I want to pull in the ref from useRef, and I'll pass an HTML details element. No. And then we'll just go ahead and use the details element here. So details, ref is ref, and then class name is going to be max width small, rounded MG, border purple 600, overflow hidden. Okay, so that's our details. Then we have a summary with class names flex, gap 2, items center, px2, py1, bg purple 600, text white, hover, bg purple 600, 80 opacity, and transition. Okay, in the summary we just have try magic link, and we'll import the star icon from Lucid React, which comes with shadcn. There we go, that's our summary. If we click it, we'll show contents, but we didn't create the contents yet. So form on submit will be handle submit. Let's create this real quick. Async function handle submit event react.form event HTML form elements. Event.prevent default. That should be okay. And then classes, we'll do px2, py1. We'll have a label, HTML for email, class name sr only, email. Div, we'll have a flex.get to the item center. Input, type email, ID, type email, ID email, name email, placeholder email, and we don't need a placeholder. Actually, we should put a placeholder. Button, type, submit, disabled is pending, send. Let's create a state. Const is pending, set is pending, use state, false, change these imports, save. Okay, let's see what we got here. Let's click on this, and we have a enter your email. Okay, there you go. That's our form. We can hide and show it. So let's do the actual functionality here. Oh wait, sign in. We're gonna import sign in from auth client, and we're gonna do .magic link. So I'm pretty sure if we did not add that magic link plugin to our auth client, we would not have this type inference. Let's just test it out. I'm pretty sure that's the case though. So let's go ahead and comment this out. Save. Go back here. Do a dot. Yep, we don't have it here. See? So we'll do magic link. We'll pass in the email. Oh wait, let's get the email. So const form data is equal to new form data event.target as HTML form element. Const email is equal to string form data dot get email. If no email, return toast dot error. Please enter your email. Okay. Otherwise, we'll pass in the email. We won't. They need a name, right? But we don't have a field for that. We want to make the magic link very, very minimalistic. So we'll just they can update their name now in the profile, right? We set that up. So we'll just do email.split at the @ sign, and we'll grab the first part of it, everything before the @ sign. And remember, actually, I'll show you something interesting in a bit. Callback URL will be the profile, and then fetch options, as usual, on request. We will have set is pending true. On response, we'll have set is pending false. On error, we'll have context toast.error context.error.message. On success, we will have toast.success check your email for the magic link. And if ref.current, we'll do ref.current.open is equal to false. This will close the details. That's why we did the ref. Okay, so we're gonna create an account with magic link in just 1 second. But before I do that, I just want to point out here in our auth, let's pull up our lib auth real quick. Remember in the very early stages, we did a hook right here. We did a hook that did normalize name. But this hook only runs on sign up /email. So when we sign up with the magic link, we are not going to have a the name normalized. So we'll see what happens here. So I'm going to put in a bad email, but because I know the way node mailer works, the bad email will, go to my Gmail account. We'll be fine with that. So I'm just gonna do Ichigo at, not Ichigo, sorry, that's gonna be an admin. Let's do Zoro at example.com. We're gonna go and send it. Done. So it's gonna come here, and actually, well, I'm gonna use a different example. Actually, more verbose. Let's do Nami 555 at example.com. Send. Okay. So if I try logging in with Nami 555 at example.com, this should not work. Example.com. Actually, a password doesn't even exist for this user. So now I'm going to use this magic link login, and it should log me in automatically, right? But we notice our name has these numbers in it. It's not normalized. Remember we set that whole thing up where we got rid of all the numbers and capitalized the first letter? Because this runs here on sign in magic link. So what we want to do is, right below this if statement, we can also do if context.path is equal to /sign-in/magic link. Const name is equal to normalized name context.body.name. And then return context body context.body name. Like so. So now it should work. So if I go ahead and create a new account, my magic link, like I don't know, Usopp 555 at example.com. Let's not do fives again. Let's do Usopp 1234 example.com. Sorry, this should be in the magic link. There should probably be cursor pointer here to make it obvious that it's clickable. We'll put on the summary, I think is okay. Yeah. Send. Oh, the form didn't reset. We should reset this form too. Event.target as HTML form element dot reset. Let me test it out. I don't know. I'm running a character. Brooke 600 at example.com. Send. Okay, nice. Okay, so let's log in with Brooke. Where's my Brooke email? Did it go to spam? It might have went to spam. No, we're good. Brooke. Why did I get the Brooke email? Sasuke. Oh well. Well, the main point is my name is normalized, right? And I also wanted to do it on one more path. Can we guess what that path is? Let's just copy this whole field. It's also going to be on the update user /update user. We didn't test it out, but you can understand why I'm doing this. Although it's kind of messy. Why don't we just do this? Name is this. Why make a variable for no reason? Like this. And even here too. It's a little bit cleaner. Okay. Awesome. Okay, so the very last thing we have here is cookie cache. Oh, so we just implemented magic login. So isn't that nice? We didn't have to set up a password or anything. So now a user can just always just log in with the magic link or Google or GitHub or credentials. Let's delete all these emails. Let's double check my spam one more time. Okay. And the very last thing I want to do, let's go to Better Auth documentation. They have a little section here called guides, and they have optimized for performance. And you talk about caching here. So you can use the cookie cache option. Calling your database every time use session or get session invoked isn't ideal, especially if sessions don't change frequently, right? Do our sessions change frequently? Not that I've seen in our tutorial here. Maybe in other purposes they would. Cookie caching handles this by storing session data in a short-lived signed token, similar to how JWT access tokens are used with refresh tokens. To turn on cookie caching, just set session.cookie caching in your auth config. So to set cookie cache, all we have to do, let's find our session. We had session somewhere in this, right here, session. We can set cookie cache enabled true, max age 5 times 60, which I believe is 5 minutes. So our session will be cached for 5 minutes. So every time we do those, the get session request, it will be cached. So that's nice, I think. I haven't been able to really experiment with this, but Better Auth has implemented a very simple way to perform caching on your cookie session. So you can read more about it in the documentation here. All right, so we have reached the end of part 7 and the end of the Better Auth tutorial. We've done a lot. All the source code will be uploaded to GitHub, including in individual parts, so you can follow along or skip ahead at any rate you want. Again, I'm going to show the repo real quick. It'll be in the description below in different parts. Quick walkthrough. We set up a Next.js tutorial, or we set up a Next.js app with the CLI. We installed shadcn. We installed Better Auth. We set up a Postgres database with NeonDB. We set the Prisma ORM. We connected Prisma ORM to the Postgres and to Better Auth. We generated all of our tables and schemas, user, session, account verification. We set up our mount handlers. We created a client instance and a server instance. We did email and password verification. Then we showed you how to get a session on the server, a session on the client. We talked about middleware. We talked about hooks. We talked about roles, admin and user roles. Then we talked about making an admin panel. Then we talked about the admin plugin. Then we talked about GitHub OAuth, Google OAuth, account linking. Then we set up emails with NodeMailer. Then we did password reset, email verification. Then we showed you how to update your user through Better Auth APIs, and showed you how to update a custom session, how to change the session information and add your own custom fields. Then we implemented Magic Link as an example of one of the many plugins that Better Auth offers. Again, let's look at all these plugins. 2-factor username, phone number, passkey, organization. I think that's a pretty popular one too. And then we showed you how to implement cookie caching. And yeah, I tried to make this very parallel, one-to-one with my Next Auth tutorial, which got a lot of love, and I really appreciate that. I hope the audio this time is much better. Thank you for watching. I hope you learned something. I hope I was helpful in any way. I try to ask any questions down below. I'll try my best to answer them. I'm not a professional, but I'm trying to get there slowly by slowly. If you want to support me, just support the video. I also have a Buy Me a Coffee link in the description. You can just send me $1 and that'll make my whole week, honestly. And yeah, thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Hope it was helpful. I'm still looking for my first job. So feel free to reach out. And yeah, again, thanks for watching.